All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're actually getting an almost timely start this morning. Ms. Clark, you may call your next witness.
Thank you very much, Alan. Good morning. Morning. People call Officer Robert Risky.
Where's Mr. Risky? Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark?
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Please have a seat for witness stand and state spell your first and last name for the record.
It's Robert Risky, Robertriske.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Can you please tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a police officer for the city of Los Angeles,
And where are you assigned, sir?
West LA.
And how long have you been so assigned?
I've been a police officer for 4 years and 10 months. I've been in West LA 3 years and 6 months.
And in your capacity as a police officer at the West LA Division, what are your duties?
I'm assigned to patrol. We respond to radio calls, traffic enforcement, and crime prevention, basically.
Does that mean that you are in a black and white car
Yes, ma'am.
and you patrol the area of West LA?
Yes, ma'am.
And that area that you patrol, does that encompass 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
Prior to becoming a police officer, what did you do?
I was in the Navy for 6.5 years.
And then did you train to become a police officer?
Yes.
And what was the nature of your training?
I did 6 months in Los Angeles Police Academy, did a year of probation.
In the course of your training, sir, at the academy, were you trained in crime scene preservation?
They kind of gloss over it. They don't really train you in it.
Did you learn it at some point in your duties, in your
Just
functioning? as a
on-the-job
police-
training.
On-the-job training?
Yes, ma'am.
Meaning what?
I mean, when you're on probation, you're assigned to a training officer, and you go to a crime scene, they tell you, what you're supposed to do. Identification, preservation of evidence, setting up the crime scene.
In the course of your duties in the past 4 years and 10 months, how many crime scenes have you had to protect or preserve?
I would only be estimating 20.
And how many of those involved homicides?
Probably more than half, 15.
Now, as of June the 12th of 1994, you were assigned to patrol for the West LA Division?
Yes, ma'am.
At approximately 12:09 a.m., did you receive a call directing you to that general location?
To 874 South Bundy, yes.
What was the nature of the call that sent you to 874 South Bundy?
It came out as a burglary suspect, and statements of the call said it was unknown person knocking on the victim's door.
And ringing the doorbell?
Yes, ma'am.
And in response to that particular call, did you go to the location?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
As we arrived at the scene, we were flagged down by 2 witnesses and a dog. They directed us 875, and they said there was a dead lady on the walkway.
2 witnesses, were they men, women,
There's a male and a female.
and they had a dog with them?
Yes, ma'am.
What'd that dog look like?
It was white, probably 2.5, 3 feet tall.
Do they have it on a leash?
Yes.
Directing your attention to this series of photographs that's in Marcus Peoples 40. Can you tell us if you recognize what's shown in those photographs?
That looks like the dog that the witnesses had.
And they were standing where in relation to 875 South Bundy when you saw them?
When we approached, they were coming down a driveway of 868 South Bundy.
And was that on the same side or the opposite side of the street?
It's on the same side of the street as 874.
As 874?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that across the street from 875?
Yes.
And what time was it when you got there and made contact with that couple with the dog?
12:13 a.m.
And they told you they'd seen a dead woman in front of 875 South Bundy?
That's correct.
And after they told you that, what did you do?
My partner and I crossed the street and went to the walkway, and we observed a female white in a black dress laying in a puddle of blood on the walkway.
John, can I have 38? $38 from yesterday, John. You know what? Cut the feed, Your Honor?
Sorry?
Cut the feed, please. And can you look at your monitor, sir? And tell us if you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, that's what we saw when we approached.
Now, if you would, please, sir, describe for me, when you approached that location, that particular walkway, could you tell us what was the lighting like there?
It was very dark.
So if you were not specifically looking up that walkway, would you have seen the blood, the body, or anything else?
I'll check on that question. I think also speculation.
Sustained.
You can. Thank you.
Can you tell us, sir?
Maybe a question. I have a question with regard to the monitoring, what we're seeing and what we're seeing there. Moving approach.
Sure. Thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark, are you going to mark that next board?
43?
All right, so there's no misunderstanding. Mr. Crawford? Mr. Crawford? No video of this particular board depicting the victims' bodies, still photographers, no photographs of the display of the victims' bodies. Thank you. All right. Ms. Clark?
Thanks, John. When you approach this area, can you describe the lighting for us, sir?
There's really no street lighting. There's overhanging trees over the walkway. There was lights on in the residence, but there's a fence that goes in front of the windows. So the lighting was poor.
So I'm sorry?
The lighting was very poor.
And was there a lot of foliage, a lot of bushes and trees in that area?
Yes.
So when you first approached the walkway of 875 South Bundy, as you approached it, were you able to see any blood on the walkway before you actually got there and actually looked up the walkway?
It actually took us a couple seconds to find the body because it was so dark.
Sustained. Answer stricken.
Okay. First of all, as you approached the location of 875 South Bundy, were you able to see any blood on the walkway before you actually stopped and looked up the walkway itself?
No.
How difficult was it for you to see the body as you approached that location?
We actually, when we first we were looking on the grass, and the witnesses directed us to the walkway. So we didn't see it at all until we were directed by the witnesses.
So until somebody actually pointed it out to you, you didn't see a body
Right,
or blood on the walkway?
right.
Did you have a flashlight with you?
Yes,
Did you turn that flashlight on?
yes.
And where were you when you turned on your flashlight?
Standing on the sidewalk at the foot of the walkway.
So before you actually went up the walkway or went anywhere near that scene, you turned on the flashlight?
Right.
And can you see on the monitor, sir? You see where that arrow is?
Yes,
You see where the sidewalk is? Is the arrow, can you move it down, John? Thanks. Is the arrow now pointing to where the sidewalk is before the walkway begins?
yes.
And where did you stop and turn on your flashlight?
I was actually to the left of the arrow,
Okay,
right where the foliage is by the side.
okay, could we move the arrow over to the left?
Right about there.
Right there? Thank you. And what did you do when you stood there with your flashlight?
Just turned the flashlight on and saw the body, and went back and requested a supervisor, additional units, ambulance. Then went back and talked to the witnesses.
Okay, so after you saw the body, you left the scene for a moment
Right.
and did what?
Went back and talked to the witnesses, find out how they found the body. And it was basically what happened.
And by the witnesses, you mean those two people with the dog?
Right.
And did they tell you how they found the dog?
They told me that they're,
Correct. Did they tell you yes or no?
yes,
Right. Next one.
And did they tell you how they happened to get to 875 South Bundy?
yes,
Did you look at the dog?
yes.
Did you notice anything unusual about it?
There was blood on his legs and on his paws.
Did you notice how far up the legs the blood went on the dog?
I believe on the rear leg, it went up approximately to his knee. Just streaks,
Streaks of it?
yes.
All right. What did you do next?
We went back to the scene. We approached the body of the female. And as we got probably 2 feet from her body, we discovered the body of a male white laying against the north fence.
Okay. How did you get up to the woman's body, what did you do?
My partner approached in the grass, and I approached walking through the plants right there.
Through
Staying
these bushes here on the left?
right, staying to the left of the walkway.
And your partner, where was he?
He was in the grass. It's to the left of the foliage. You can't really see in this picture.
Okay. So you were in the bushes and he was to the left of you as we face the photograph?
Right.
Did you step on the walkway?
No.
Do you have the telestrator? Also, I'm going to ask you to look at the monitor now. Is this approximately where you started walking?
So a little bit to the right, right on the edge of the walkway, right about there. Right about there.
Okay. And then did you walk up through the bushes like
Right.
this? Tell me when to stop.
It's really a poor angle. I can't see where I stopped. It was before the body, before the fence.
All right. So we're going to say approximately here.
Right.
And for the record, I've drawn a horizontal line perpendicular to the vertical line depicting his path through the bushes, Your Honor.
And going on People's 42.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. Forgot the name.
Can you think of that next one?
43.
All right. Now, when you stood in that location, you had your flashlight on?
Right.
What kind of flashlight did you have?
I have a stream light. It's a long black metal.
Long black metal light?
Right.
Was it very powerful?
It's I think it's rated at 30,000 candle power. It's powerful.
And at that point, when you stood up at the closer location, you were able to see that there was another victim?
Right.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs there. This would be 43, Your Honor?
Yes, People's 43.
Okay. All right, if you could, can you see from where you are?
Yes.
You need to step down, go ahead. All right, if you could explain first of all, in the first photograph to my left as I face it, upper left-hand photograph, what does that depict?
That's a sidewalk on the west side of Bundy and the foot of the walkway leading up to 875.
And does that depict the scene as you found it when you first approached?
Yes, ma'am.
And the second photograph to the right of that?
The second photograph would be the victim, the female white in a black dress, laying on the walkway.
And you can see that at the very rear of the photograph, upper part of the photograph.
That's correct.
And the third one?
The third one is the same picture of a female white in a black dress, but it's just closer.
And now the lower left photograph?
The lower left is a picture of the female white in a dress, and there's an envelope on the dirt right on the right of the walkway.
And the next photograph?
The next photograph is the male white that we found, another picture of the envelope laying in the dirt.
That envelope, was that between the two victims?
Yes.
And the last photograph?
The last photograph is a closer up picture of the male white.
Okay. Now, do these all depict the scene as you found it when you first approached at 12:13 a.m.?
Yes.
Now, that walkway that you see in both 42 on the screen was that 38? Excuse me, 38 on the screen. And the photographs in People's 43. Did you illuminate that with your flashlight?
Yes.
What did you see in that walkway?
There's a pool of blood under the victim, the female white, and then it flows down towards the sidewalk.
And in the blood, did you see any kind of patterns?
There was paw prints towards the sidewalk, and there was a heel mark by the fence where the close to where the envelope is.
Okay, if you could look at your monitor, sir. Might be easier for you. It's here on your monitor. Okay. Do you see, can you tell us, do you see the paw prints you just described?
Yes.
And as you looked up the walkway walking through the bushes, were you able to see any bloody shoe prints on that walkway?
Not until we got right by the body. There's a heel print.
So down here on the walkway that is actually outside the gate, did you see any shoe prints?
No.
And next. Next.
Let's start by which photograph were you referring to previously?
Did we mark that?
All right, this photograph, which is of the, appears to be of the walkway and the sidewalk, and has a West Tech sign in the upper right-hand corner. What number is, this is one of the photographs that's here on the chart?
Is that 43 or 42?
This is 43. I would suggest we, is this the upper top left? How about 43, A through E?
E.
All right.
Thank you. So this is 43A. Next photograph.
Nope, back up. 43B. Okay, and the next? 43C. Does this depict the woman as you found her and the scene as you found it when you first approached?
Yes.
Can you tell us, sir, can you see an area in this photograph where you were standing in order to see that?
Be to the left of the body, there, you can see a call box on the wall right there.
Yes.
There's a gate that was open. And on the left by the call box is about a 1 foot long fence. I was standing right by the fence.
All right, the call box you're referring to, is that right here?
Yes.
Whoops.
You just put an arrow on it.
Okay. Oops. No effort. You were standing by that call box?
Right at the base of the fence.
And it's hard to tell from this photograph, but from that location, you were then also able to see a male victim.
Right.
Okay, next. Next. With the, showing the envelope. Don't you hit that up? That's not a laser? All right, this is 43D, Your Honor. Now, in this photograph, you can see an envelope,
Yes.
okay, and that's on the right side of the screen.
Right.
And that was lying between them.
Yes.
Okay, and once again, do you see the paw prints as you saw them that night when you first approached the scene in the blood?
Yes.
Next. No. All right, and is that the envelope you've described?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this is what
Four-
photograph?
Maybe 43E? No, D. No, E.
E.
E. And this is the condition in which you found it, the placement of everything as you found it when you first approached?
Yes.
All right, sir, now, as you made that approach, you were making these observations, you were standing in the bushes that was near the call box you showed us?
That's correct.
Now, you said that you saw a bloody shoe print up near the body of the victims. Can you see that in this photograph?
Not really. It's kind of a bad picture.
I think we do have a better one. The shoe print that you're describing, was it near the envelope?
Right. It's just the west of the envelope.
Okay, let's get the other one.
I can see it in a large one, yeah.
There we go. Can you look at the monitor? Do you see it now?
Yes.
Can you tell us, is it near as you face the screen, the left corner of the envelope?
That's correct.
And this photograph is still the same one, Your Honor? We're just focusing on the close-up.
All right, 43E.
Tell me if I'm pointing to the right location, sir.
You're too high.
I know.
Right there.
All right, now after you made these observations, sir, and you're able to see, at that time, tell us what you saw.
I saw the envelope there. There's a heel print. If you look at the picture closely, there's a glove and what appears to be a knit cap under the plant on the right.
Okay. Let me get you a better picture of that.
Clark, perhaps we should have him put an arrow where he says he sees a hat.
We're going to, I think, use a photograph that shows that area a little better, if that's all right, Your Honor. Or if you think we should, we'll do it on this one.
Well, it's not apparent to me.
Under this plant, sir,
Right, that'd be the glove right there.
that we're pointing to right now?
Yes.
All right. And then you said there was a hat somewhere?
In the very lower right corner, you see part of a hat. What appears to be a knit cap.
Down here?
Right.
All right. We're going to get a closer photograph of that location. What's that? Oh. Is that the hat you told us about, sir?
Yes.
All right. And another, do you see another bloody shoe print there?
What appears to be a heel mark is.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Clark, what photograph is this?
And we should mark this, Your Honor, as photograph 44?
All right, People's 44.
Can you circle that heel print? And that's the knit cap?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that's the glove?
Yes.
All right. And you were able to see these things from the your position in the standing on the bushes near the call box when you used your flashlight to look at the location?
I was actually kneeling when I saw all this.
Kneeling?
Yes.
Did that plant that seems to be hanging over the glove and the hat, did that kind of block them from view unless you used your flashlight?
Yes.
What else did you see at that time, sir?
There was some what appeared to be bloody footprints going up the steps towards the house.
Okay. You saw those, and was that from your position still in the bushes at the
That's
call
correct.
box area?
Yes.
And you saw bloody shoe prints?
Yes.
How many sets of bloody shoe prints did you see?
Just one set.
Right, this is a board, Your Honor, of consisting of 15 photographs as is marked equals 45.
All right, People's 45 display with 15 photographs of alleged shoe prints.
And you can step down, sir, if you would. Go ahead and look at that. All right, tell us what you see there.
The first picture in the upper right-hand corner, or the upper left-hand corner, would be the area where the male victim was living.
And that would be, for the record, let's make that 44A.
It's 45A.
5A.
I'm going to ask you, Ms. Hart, at the conclusion of the court date today, if you would have somebody from your, one of your clerks label each one of these underneath A through whatever.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. As to both 43 and 45.
Yes.
Thank you.
And maybe you also want 40 as well.
That would help for reference, yes. Thank you.
Yes, please continue.
The second picture
B.
would be of the female victim, and there's stairs leading to the west.
All right, now that's from perspective standing at the top of the stairs looking down?
Yes. The
Do
third,
you see a shoe print in that hole there?
yes.
Can you point? And 45C?
It's a picture of the stairs. There appears to be two shoe prints.
And those are the same stairs shown in 45B?
Yes.
Can you point out the other shoe prints, sir?
There's one here, one here.
And now 45C, it's on its side, but can you tell us, is that the landing at the top of the stairs?
That's a landing going towards the front door, heading west.
So that's landing at the top of those steps shown in B and C?
Yes.
Can you point to any shoe prints that you see in those photographs?
Here.
And that would be D. Now E, can you tell us what location that is?
It's the landing. You can see front doors right here. And this picture.
Any shoe prints in that location?
Yes.
Can you point to them, please? You want to use a pointer? hard to reach anyways.
There's one here, one here, one here, bang, one here.
And stepping back to F.
This is past the landing, and it's going towards the west. This is a rear gate.
And is that another kind of perspective shot of a longer shot of the walkway area that's shown in E?
Yes,
And you see bloody shoe prints there.
yes.
Can you point to them, please?
Here, here, here. There's a faint one here, and I believe that's one right there.
Officer, just speak.
Your voice up because everybody in the jury box needs to hear what you're saying.
I'm sorry.
All right, now photograph G, H, I, and J in that row. Can you tell us if you recognize what's shown there?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a picture of what appears to be a bloody footprint.
And do those look like the bloody shoe prints you saw that night?
Yes,
And those bloody shoe prints were going in what direction?
towards the west.
Would that be towards the rear alley behind the condominium?
Yes.
And on the bottom row as well, sir? K and L.
Two more what appear to be bloody shoe prints.
And do they appear the way you found them as when you first came to the scene?
Yes.
The M, N, and O on this chart, what location is shown there?
That's approximately the middle of the walkway in the north of the house. There's some steps.
Does that walkway area have steps going down and up and down?
Yes.
Okay. And do these appear to be the steps, one of the set of steps going down?
Yes.
Did you observe bloody shoe prints on those steps as well?
Yes.
And can you see them in the photographs here?
Yes.
Can you show us?
Yeah, one here. Looks like a little bit here. There's one here. One here, one here. There's one here, there's one here. And this appears to be shoe print.
As well. All right, take it.
All right, Ms. Mark, at this point, would it be helpful to have two of your assistants move this exhibit? Because some of these photographs, the shoe prints are not visible. Perhaps if you could have that exhibit and momentarily have two of your assistants take it down to the end of our jury box. They're nodding back there because they'd like to see it.
Thank you very much, Ron.
And we'll just take a pause for a minute or two and let them look at it, including our alternate there. Officer Risky, why don't you fix your collar?
Thank you.
Ellen.
Thank you, Rick.
We should have done that for the other set as well.
The other, why don't we?
1492, were you able to see the other, most of it? All right.
Now, so these photographs that are being.
Wait, Council, let's let them, so we don't have their divided attention here. All right, thank you, Council. Ms. Clark?
Thank you, Robin. All right, so you stood at the call box area up on the plants, and you made these observations, sir. You saw the hat, the glove, the envelope, the shoe prints. Did you see all of the shoe prints that we've just described going all the way down the walkway at that point?
No.
Which ones were you able to see at that point?
I can see the ones on the steps and the ones on the landing leading towards the front door, which was open.
The front door was open?
Yes.
How far open was it?
A little more than half, I believe.
Now, you saw the woman you described in the black dress lying at the foot of the stairs.
Right.
Can you describe her position for us?
She was laying on her left side, her hands to her chest, her feet were together and underneath the fence.
Underneath the gate?
The
fence?
The fence.
Directing your attention, sir, to photograph. Ask you to point it out to the jury so that they can, I'll leave it here. It's 44. C?
I think this is 43.
43C? Could you show us what you're talking about? Her legs were under the...
Under the fence right here.
the video? After you made these observations, sir, what did you do next?
My partner and I seen that the front door was open. There was footprint, what appeared to be bloody footprints going towards the front door. We stepped over the female victim and went to the front door. We saw the shoe prints continue on down the walkway. We looked in the house. There was appeared to be no evidence of ransacking or forced entry. And I saw a phone probably 15 feet, 20 feet from the front door. And I entered and I called the station, told my watch commander what we had.
So when you were standing at the call box in the bushes, you saw the shoe prints leading up to the front door. Could you see whether those shoe prints from that position continued on past the front door or not?
No.
And why was it that you decided to step over the body of the woman and go inside the condo?
To see if there was any other victims in the house or any evidence in the house.
What about a possible suspect?
Possible suspect.
At that point, you didn't know?
No.
Now, how was it that when you stepped over the body of the woman, did you step in blood?
No.
How did you manage not to do that?
By staying to the far left, against the fence and up the steps.
Can you show, yeah, it's hard to show this photograph, but you,
Show it on this one.
on this one? If you would, sir, please show us where there's a clear area that you were able to step over so that you avoided stepping in blood. Excuse me, that's People's 43.
43.
You see in the plants right here, we got next to the fence, stepped over her body, stayed against the wall, up the steps to the front door.
And was there any blood in that location as we face a photograph of 43C on that left-hand side of the stairs?
No.
So when you stepped over her, also in 45B, does that show part of the clear area?
Yes.
And when you before you stepped up there, you were only able to see that this bloody shoe print shown in 45B was there.
Yes.
Now, after you went into the location, first of all, did you look at the door?
Yes.
Did you notice whether there was any evidence of forced entry?
I did notice, and there wasn't.
There appeared no evidence of forced entry.
No.
Did you see any bloody shoe prints on the carpeting?
No.
Did you see any evidence that there had been property strewn around or any evidence of a struggle?
No,
Did anything appear to be out of place?
no,
Did drawers appear to be open?
no,
Did cupboards appear to be open?
No.
Did clothes appear to be strewn about?
no,
Did you see any blood drops inside the house, on the floor, anywhere?
no, I didn't.
And you saw a telephone there?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do with that phone?
I called my watch commander at the station, told him we had a double homicide on Bundy, and I told him that OJ Simpson was somehow involved.
And why did you think that?
Because when we approached right by the front door, you could see a lithograph on the north wall of the apartment or the condominium. And as I got to the phone, there was a letter, had OJ Simpson as a return address. So I thought it was his wife or his girlfriend.
Okay. Now, by involved, did you mean as a suspect?
No, his, potential victim, maybe it's his wife, I didn't know.
So involved in the sense that one of the victims may be related to him.
Right.
What happened next?
My partner and I exited the apartment, took the same path down through the plants. I went on the other side of the north fence by Mr. Goldman.
And how did you do that? Did you step through the blood somehow when you did that?
No, I went around to the neighbor's yard.
All right, so directing your attention to the monitor, Your Honor, I ask that this be marked as People's 46.
All right, equals 46.
Can you show us, sir, the area you're speaking of that you went to in order to see Ron Goldman, that is the neighbor's side of the fence?
There's a big tree where the arrow is. There's a path that leads back to the fence where Ron Goldman's laying.
And is that arrow showing that location?
Yes,
Was it dark in that location as well?
yes,
You used your flashlight, sir?
yes, I did.
Now, these photographs appear to have been taken in daylight.
Yes,
You didn't have that much light.
no, I didn't.
When you went around behind Ron Goldman's body, what did you see?
First thing I saw was a pager laying to the north of the fence in the dirt.
Another set of photographs. Yeah, we need to make sure that. Series of photographs, Your Honor, be marked as People's 47, it's a series of 9 photographs. I can have them labeled A through.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Okay, are you able to see these, sir? We've got to step down.
I'll step down.
Sure. Go ahead, orient yourself for a minute. Your Honor, if it would be all right with the court, would you mind if we had one of the lawyers hold the board in the middle of the jury so they could all see it while he's talking about what he found?
So long as the defense counsel can see what's going on.
Talking will be at my side, I'm sure.
Accommodate, I'll get clear.
All right.
Oh, never mind, darling, we have these on laser. I'll let the officer look at these. All right, go ahead, have a seat. Yeah. All right, that would be 47A.
All right, 47A.
Next. All right, 47B. Can we move 47C? 47D? 47E? F? G? H? I? These are pretty dark. Well, we're gonna have to use the photograph and thing. Can you see where the pages were taken in the photograph?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to have to get you to stand back by Mr. Copper so the rest of the jury can see them. All right. Point out where the pager was found.
This would be the pager right here.
For the record, the witness is pointed to 47A.
The court reporter cannot hear the witness testify at this point because he's turned away.
Keep your voice up, sir.
Pardon?
Keep your voice up. All right. The witness is pointed to photograph 47A. Can you point that out one more time, sir?
This would be the pager.
All right. And do you recall seeing keys in that area
No, I don't.
at that time? And did you approach from behind this gate here?
Yes, I did.
And was that on the other side of the gate? I'm showing 47A.
That would be in the neighbor's yard.
So you were not inside the gate near Mr. Goldman?
No.
Go ahead and take your seat. What did you do in that location while you were on the outside of that gate?
I approached Mr. Goldman. When I was on the other side, I noticed that one of his eyes was open. So I approached him. I shined my light to see if there was any movement in his pupil. There was none. It remained fixed and dilated. And I touched his eyeball with my finger to get any involuntary reaction, such as twitching of the eyelid, movement of the head, and just basically verified that he was dead,
And you found what?
that he was dead.
So now that photograph in 47A, is that how you found him in that position?
Yes.
And what did you do next?
I went back out to the street, and a backup unit had arrived. I met with them.
Now, during that entire time, sir, did you step in any blood in the walkway or around the victims
No, I didn't.
or up on the stairs or the pathway leading to the front door?
No, I didn't.
Did you touch any of the evidence?
No.
And why is that?
Because I was trying to preserve the integrity of the crime scene.
Is that something you're trained to do, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Standard training?
Yes.
At that point,
Mark, I think we need to take a court reporter recess.
sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief 15-minute recess. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't discuss anything about the case amongst yourselves. And we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Ask you to step back into the jury room, please. All right, Officer Risky, you can... The jury? No?
No, I do, yeah.
Oh, Mr. Carrigan, all right.
There is one particular chart that I just wanted to call the court's attention. Yeah, I have one question regarding.
Mr. Cochran, it's behind the carriage.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think, I object to the use of the word trail. I think that that's inclusionary. I have no problem with blood drops, blood whatever, but I think it's a trail. There's no real issue about that. I think that's argumentative. I think it's a inclusionary form. And I don't object to the photographs, which I've seen, but the label takes a little mistake. It's just, I'm telling you, Your Honor, there will be a lot of whether or not it's a trail.
Ms. Clark?
Yes, Your Honor, this was shown to Mr. Cochran yesterday, and there was no objection lodged. Secondly, it is a matter of what was observed and what will be testified to by the witnesses that the blood trailed, and in fact did trail. There was a tailing effect to the blood that showed that it trailed in a westerly direction. And so it's simply descriptive of what the testimony will be. That's what a board is. That's why we have photographs. Counsel can argue it's not, but we have a series of blood drops to the left of a series of bloody shoe prints. It's a trail of blood.
That's her conclusion. I'm not being clear there. I mean, that's not a trail. It's all we're talking about is
Well, what
evidence.
is it?
I'm talking about the label of this evidence. And I just think it's inappropriate to call it blood trail. So I'm asking for it. When I saw this last night, we were on the record or whatever, so now's the time. She hasn't put it out. Now's the time. I'm just saying we should, if she wants to call it blood and funding, I have no objection. I object to the use of the word trail.
Right, I think that's a matter for counsel to argue, but this is the people's evidence, this is the way the witnesses characterize what they saw, and so it's simply descriptive. It's what the testimony is going to elicit, that's why we have these boards.
That's exactly the point. It's a matter for both counsels to argue, not an argument on this document.
Well, counsel can put up his own board and say blood drops, and it's not a trail.
I don't-
Our witnesses found it to be a trail, and that's what the testimony will show, and that's why we have boards.
Thank you.
Don't want to do that. I think the evidence will be that this is 160 feet up that way, and they find 12 drops of blood. That
Five.
and 5 drops of blood. That does not make a trail on most reasonable experts. And the question is, I don't want to argue that at this point. I will argue in the case. It's argumentative. That's
All right, objections noted, it's over with. Thank you. All right, let's have the jurors, please. Deputy McNair?
Ms. Robertson?
All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel, that Officer Robert Riskey is on the stand. Officer Riskey, you're reminded you're still under oath. Ms. Clark, you may continue your direct examination.
I believe when we left off, sir, you indicated that you contacted your supervisor.
That's correct.
And who was that?
Called Sergeant Rossi on the phone.
And after you called Sergeant Rossi, what did you do next?
We exited the residence, went down, I checked Mr. Goldman, and then I was leaving from there, and additional units showed up.
So after you looked, you went around the neighbor's side of the fence, looked in at Mr. Goldman, then you backed out again and did what?
Additional units showed up, and I started telling them what we had.
An additional unit meaning other police officers?
That's correct.
In a black and white unit?
Yes.
And was that based on the call you put out?
Yes.
You explained to them what you found?
I started to explain to them, and then Sergeant Marty Kuhn showed up, and I just told everybody at once.
Now, when your sergeant came to the scene, where was everybody during this time?
We're on the east side of the street by my police vehicle.
You were out on Bundy?
That's
In front
correct.
of the location?
That's correct.
You were not on the sidewalk or on the walkway?
No, we're on the east side of the street by 874.
And while you were standing in that location in the street, what were you talking about?
I advised them we had a double homicide and what evidence we had that was visible from what we had seen. And my partner was sent to the rear to secure the rear. One of the officers started setting up crime scene tape, and Officer Wally and I were directed to search the house.
Now, when you say crime scene tape, I'm showing you again the photograph that's been marked today as People's 46. You see that yellow tape in the foreground?
Yes.
Is that crime scene tape as you described it, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And who put that up?
I believe Officer Ed McGowan,
And what was the purpose of that crime scene tape?
to keep people from walking through the area, through the crime scene.
Can you tell us where it extended to?
The tape in the front went from the neighbor to the north to the neighbor to the south, encompassed the whole 3 houses.
And to the rear of the area, was that secured also?
Yes.
And how far was that crime
was,
scene extended in the rear?
The neighbor to the north of the rear of her residence to the foot of the alley, which would be Dorothy.
Showing you now a photograph that was previously marked as People's .39. You recognize what's shown there, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That's the rear alley of the Bundy address.
And you see the tape you referred to earlier and identified as crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that shown in this photograph also?
Yes.
What's shown in the foreground there, is that crime scene tape?
Yes.
Is that the end of the alley?
That's the south end of the alley on Dorothy.
You see the police car in the back, towards the rear of that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you see where the crime scene tape is in relation to that car?
Yes.
Is the car inside or outside the tape?
It's outside.
Outside the tape?
Yes.
And again, that tape in the rear is to prevent people from walking through?
That's correct.
And who set up the rear crime scene tape, if you know?
I really don't know.
Was all of that tape, however, set up right after you called your supervisor?
It was set up while Officer Wally and I searched the house.
And this photograph, for the record, Your Honor, that's on the screen now, is People's 38. All right, then let's back up for a second, sir. After the sergeant got to the scene, now at that point, everybody's standing outside in the street in front on Bundy?
Right.
No one's walking up around the walkway or around the victims? And were you given some order at that point?
Yes.
And what was that?
To search the house.
For what purpose?
I look for additional victims, suspect, any evidence that might be in the house.
And the other officers, what did they do?
Officer McGowan put up the crime scene tape. Sergeant Kuhn made sure nobody walked through the crime scene. And my partner, Officer Terrazas, went to the back, secured the rear location.
That Sergeant Kuhn, is he in relation to another one?
No, not that I know of.
And so what did you do at that point?
Officer Wally and I approached the residence through the grass, went up the path, up the steps, and into the house.
And when you say that you did that, did you walk through the bushes again?
Yes.
Not on that walkway that had the blood on it?
No, we used the same route I used before.
And you avoided stepping in the blood?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the officer that went with you do the same?
Yes.
And you went inside the house?
Yes, I did.
Once again, sir, when you went into the house, did you notice any bloody shoe prints?
No, I didn't.
Or ransacking?
No.
Or evidence of a struggle?
No.
Or forced entry?
No.
What did you do inside the house?
We first searched the ground level of the residence, from the extreme east side all the way to the rear, which would be the west. And there was some stairs that lead down the garage. We went down the stairs. We saw a cup of ice cream sitting on a banister of the stairway.
Was that inside the house, sir?
It's inside the house, right by the garage.
Okay, is there a door that leads from the house, inside the house, to the garage?
Yes,
And are there stairs that lead to that door?
yes.
And the ice cream, was that at the top or the bottom of those stairs?
To the bottom of the stairs on a banister.
But inside the house?
Yes.
What did you see, other than that?
We opened the door, searched the garage. There was nothing in there. When we went back upstairs, went to the second level of the house. We observed 2 children sleeping in their beds, and there was no other evidence in the house.
Did you look in the master bedroom?
Yes.
What, was the master bedroom lit?
I believe it had a table lamp on, yes.
Was there a television in the room?
Yes, it was.
Was it on?
Yes.
And the bed, what was the condition of the bed?
The covers were just piled in the middle of the bed.
Covers were rumpled?
Yes.
Were there any other lights on upstairs?
I believe there was a light in the main hallway, and the workout room, I think, was lighted.
Okay, there's a workout room?
Just east of the master bedroom, there's a balcony that overlooks the living room, and there's some workout equipment in there.
And was that lit?
I believe the light was on in there, yes.
And the bathroom? In what condition was the bathroom near the master bedroom?
The lights were off, but there were candles lit. The tub was full of water. That's
Like-
about it.
Like someone was getting ready to take a bath?
Yes, ma'am.
And the children, were they asleep in their rooms?
Yes.
One child in each room?
Yes.
So were their rooms dark?
Yes, they were.
Did you notice any evidence of blood drops
No, I didn't.
anywhere upstairs?
No.
Any evidence of a struggle?
No.
Any evidence of ransacking?
No.
Drawers pulled out?
No.
Closets opened?
No.
Clothing thrown around?
No.
Jewelry thrown around?
No.
Anything look out of place up there?
Not that I could see, no.
What did you do next?
I went down to the front landing, advised my supervisor that we had 2 children in the house and we had to take them out the back.
So you went back downstairs to the front door area?
That's correct.
The door is still standing open as you found it?
Yes.
And were there any candles lit anywhere else in the house?
Not that I recall.
Did you write a report in this matter, sir?
A brief statement.
Very brief.
Yeah, very brief statement.
Do you happen to recall at this time the condition of the ice cream that you saw in the cup just inside the door in the house? On the banister, excuse me?
It appeared to be melted.
So when you went out on the landing, who was it you made contact with?
Sergeant Kuhn?
And you told him about the children inside?
That's correct.
And what did you tell him to do about them?
I just told him we had 2 children in the house and we were going to take them out the back.
Then what did you do?
I walked the walkway that leads to the rear gate. I met with my partner and told him we had 2 kids. We were going to open the garage door and bring them out.
All right. Now, was that the first time you took that walkway towards the rear area of the condominium back to where the rear driveway is?
Yes, it was.
Well, I have here another series of photographs that have to be marked as People's 48. Yes? 40?
All right, People's 48.
Sir, I'm going to, if I might have Mr. Escobar hold this.
Yes.
In the center of Judy. Also, if you'd like to step down, take a corner with you. Maybe for the good. All right, now this is the first time you've walked this path that goes towards, from the front door to the rear of the location, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you see anything unusual on that walkway as you proceeded down it?
I continue to see what appear to be bloody shoe prints and drops of blood.
Now, were you using your flashlight
Yes, I was.
to darken that location?
Yes.
Excuse me, start, yeah, Mr. Risky, keep his voice up.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Talk louder. How did you avoid stepping on those bloody shoe prints or on those blood drops?
I used my flashlight to illuminate the walkway and stayed against the wall leading back to the back.
So before you stepped, you were able to see where you were stepping with your flashlight?
That's correct.
And you avoided those bloody,
Your Honor.
you avoided those bloody areas?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us if you can, are you able to see these, sir?
Yes.
Showing you the photograph that will be labeled as A, 48A. Do you see these markers here?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and do you see those markers closer up in B and C?
Yes, I did.
What are those?
Those are evidence tags.
And the drops that appear next to them,
They appear to be drops of blood.
as you saw them that night, sir?
Yes.
And in C and D,
There are also evidence tags and drops of blood.
so D is a blow-up of the drop shown in perspective on the stairs in D,
Yes.
and in F and G,
This is the rear walkway going to the driveway. There's an evidence tag on that also.
and in and G, is that a close-up of the evidence tag shown in F?
Yes, it is.
Now, that gate that's shown in F, is that the rear gate that actually opens onto the rear driveway in the back alley?
Yes, it is.
And H down here, can you tell us what location is shown there?
That's the rear driveway.
Everybody see? Can you see the evidence tags shown in H?
Yes, I can.
All right, and can you see the close-up of those tags in I and in K?
Yes.
Now, when you went out towards the, out through the rear gate, were you able to see any other blood drops?
I met with my partner at the rear gate. And he,
Distracted, not responsive.
yes, I did.
And how did you happen to see those?
My partner directed my attention to him.
And how did he do that?
He just told me he saw blood on the gate, not a driveway, and he showed me where they were with his flashlight.
Shone his light on them?
That's correct.
Was he staying away from them?
Yes.
And when he told you that, was that so you'd stay away from him too?
Object that calls.
Sustained.
Speculation is my
Sustained.
partner told me.
Sustained.
When he told you that, what, did you stay away from those blood drops?
Yes, I did.
And are these, can you tell us whether the blood drops shown in I are the blood drops in the rear driveway that were pointed out to you by your partner with his flashlight?
Yes, they are.
Did your partner point out any other item of evidence near that blood drop in the rear driveway?
There was some change by the Jeep.
And when you say change, you see that depicted in one of these photographs?
Yes, I did.
Is that in K at the very end?
Yes.
And now the two evidence markers that you see in J, or better actually over here, in H, do those show the relative locations of the blood drop and the change?
Yes, I do.
And is that as you found it on that night, sir?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Now, the blood drops that you saw going down the walkway, where in relation to the bloody shoe prints that you described did you see them?
I believe they were to the left of the shoe prints.
And at the rear gate that you pointed out to us, that's now shown in the photograph F. Did you notice anything unusual on that rear gate?
There was blood at various locations on the gate, or what appeared to be blood.
And did your partner point out any other blood with respect to that rear gate?
He pointed out blood on the outside of the gate, on the back.
And were you able to see that?
Yes, I was. Oh,
When you got to the rear gate, when you walked out that walkway for the first time towards the rear in a westerly direction, when you got to the rear gate, was it locked?
no, it wasn't.
Tell us what condition it was in.
I don't know if it was broken or the latch was stuck open. I just pushed on the gate with my flashlight and it opened.
You pushed it with your flashlight
That's correct.
and it opened by itself.
Yes.
You didn't touch it with your hands.
No, I didn't.
Now, you mentioned something about a Jeep.
Yes.
When you got out to the rear of the location, to the rear driveway, you mentioned you saw the drops of blood and the change. You also mentioned that you saw a Jeep?
Right.
Did you see that Jeep in the photograph that has been marked as 37?
Your exhibit, Ms. Clark.
I know.
39.
39.
Yes, I can.
Is that the Jeep as you found it that day, that night?
Yes.
Now, at the time that you found the Jeep, sir, was the garage door open or closed?
It was closed.
When you went out the rear gate for the first time, did you notice anything unusual about that Jeep?
I didn't really examine the Jeep the first time.
Did you come back to it at some later point?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
After the children were out of the house,
After you exited the rear gate, you saw your partner pointed out the blood, you saw the blood on the gate, etc. What did you do next?
All right, that's fine.
Overruled.
What did you do next?
I told him we were going to open the rear garage door, and I asked him if there was anything, if we opened the door, if it would disturb any evidence, and he said no.
And did you then open the rear garage door?
I went back in the house and woke up the children and got them dressed, and the girl opened the garage door for us.
Now, when you say you went back into the house, what route did you take?
The walkway back to the front door and then in through the front door.
And again, as you walked down that walkway, were you using your flashlight?
Yes, I was.
Did you step in the bloody shoe prints?
No, I didn't.
Or the blood drops?
No.
And you went back into the house?
Yes, I did.
Got the children dressed?
Yes.
And when you took them out, what direction, what route did you take?
Went down the stairs, through the garage, went through the inside of the garage, had a girl open the garage door, and then we went past the Ferrari and out on the driveway.
So they went out through the back.
Yes.
And was a police unit there?
There was a unit at the end of the alley on Dorothy.
And you took them out to that unit?
Yes.
They were then taken, to the West LA
West
station?
LA.
At that point, did anyone know who their parents were or where they could be found?
We knew their father was OJ Simpson, but I didn't ask her where he was.
Had that been verified for a fact at that point? That their father was Mr. Simpson?
No, not until I asked her.
You asked the little girl?
Yes, I did.
Sydney?
Yes.
And she told you?
Yes.
After the children were taken from the scene, what did you do next?
I went back to the driveway and I talked to my partner, and I saw the Jeep again. He showed me the Jeep.
And what about that Jeep was unusual?
The front passenger door was slightly ajar.
And is that the Jeep that's shown in People's 39?
Yes.
The passenger door in front. Is that a four-door vehicle? Or a two-door, if you know?
I think it's a 4, but I'm not sure. I don't recall.
But it was on the passenger side?
Right.
Was it standing open?
No, it was closed, but it wasn't closed all the way.
Was the interior light on?
I really don't recall.
After you noticed that the passenger door was cracked on the Jeep, what happened next?
We just made sure that my partner and the Sergeant Rossi, when he showed up, we showed it to him, made sure everybody stayed away from it.
Stayed away from the Jeep?
Right.
Why?
Because we didn't want anybody to touch the car, get fingerprints on it, disturb any evidence.
And what did you do after that?
I went out to the front, and I verified that the crime scene was set up. And I talked to Sergeant Kuhn, told him we had the children out of the house. And I came back to the rear, and I walked the alley from Dorothy to Gorham, looking in trash cans, looking for any evidence.
Now, was there someone guarding the front of the location and the rear of the location?
Yes.
Who was that?
Sergeant Kuhn was in the front, and I believe he had Officer Sanchez with him. Another unit had arrived. And in the rear was my partner, Officer Terrazas.
And when I say guarding the location in the front and the rear, can you tell us what's the purpose of that?
You post somebody to crime scene tape to make sure nobody crosses the tape, disturbs any evidence.
To keep people out.
Right.
And did they do that?
Yes, I did.
So you searched the alley then from Dorothy and Bundy up to Gorham?
Dorothy, the rear alley and Dorothy up to Gorham.
So for one block behind the house.
Right.
And what did you find?
Nothing.
Was there, did anybody take any steps to block off traffic?
We had Bundy from Dorothy to Gorham close the vehicles.
So the traffic was blocked off in front of the location on Bundy?
That's correct.
Thank you. Did you notice any bloody shoe prints or blood drops in the alley?
No, I didn't.
Were you looking for them
Yes.
with your flashlight?
Yes.
Now, at some point, sir, did you go to the location of 874 South Bundy where your initial call came from?
Yes, I did.
Was that after you looked through the alley for evidence?
I believe it was before. Right.
Before?
I went back to the front, made sure the crime scene was secure, and I believe another officer and I went to 874.
So before going back to the alley, and was it after the children were taken out?
It was after the children.
After you took the children out, did you go over to 874 South Bundy?
Yes, I did.
And why was that?
I spoke with a female white, the original PR of the call, the one that called in the burglar.
The original call that you responded to of a burglary at 874?
That's correct.
And can you describe the woman you spoke to?
It's an elderly female white. I believe she had white hair.
And did you talk to her about her call?
Yes, I
to you?
did.
Did she discuss with you hearing the doorbell ringing and somebody knocking on her door?
Yes.
Oh, I think it just explains subsequent action.
As a result of what she told you, what did you do?
My partner and I, or the officer who was with me and I, got a key from her for the rear gate, and we searched her yard for her just to make sure nothing was wrong.
Did she have a dog in the backyard there?
Yes, she did.
Did you ask her to take that dog in?
Yes.
And she did that?
Yes.
Then you searched around her house?
That's correct.
Find any problems?
No.
Any evidence of recently trampled shrubbery or?
No.
Oh, well,
See any screens removed from the windows?
No, we didn't.
Any evidence of some recent jimmying of any locks or anything?
No.
Did you report back to her?
Yes, we took her the key to the gate, and we told her it looked clear, and it didn't look like anybody had been back there.
And did you tell her not to go outside?
Yes.
Why's that?
I told her we had a crime across the street and just to stay in the house.
Now, after you made contact with her, what did you do next?
Then I went to the rear and searched the alley. The rear of 875 Bundy and searched the alley.
That's when you searched the alley?
Yes.
What'd you do after that?
I came back to the front, and I noticed that Sergeant Rossi, the West LA Watch Commander, was there, and Sergeant Kuhn was talking to him. I approached them, discussed what we had, and Sergeant Rossi, Sergeant Kuhn, and I crossed the tape, went up on the grass, and looked at the crime scene.
Now, what was the purpose of doing that?
He's my supervisor. I have to tell him what we have.
Okay. And so when you escorted him up to closer to where the victims were, again, you walked on the bushes and on the grass?
Walked on the grass, not in the bushes this time.
Okay. Not on that pathway?
Right.
And did you point out the evidence that you had found with your flashlight?
Yes.
And who was it that was with you at that time?
Sergeant Dave Rossi and Sergeant Marty Kuhn.
Now, did you take them stepping up over the body of Nicole and down the pathway?
No, I didn't.
What did you do?
We went, after I showed them the initial crime scene, we went down to Dorothy, went around to the rear. I showed them the Jeep, the change on the ground, the blood on the driveway. I took Sergeant Rossi to the gate, showed him the blood on the gate, and we went approximately halfway down the walkway. I showed him the bloody footprints.
Moment else. Of the corner of Dorothy and Bundy, I'd ask that it be marked People's 49.
49.
Intersection is?
Now without a street sign, no.
Go ahead. Mark this as People's 50.
Right, 50.
Yes. Can you zoom in on the street sign, John? How good's your eyesight?
Well, I can see it says Bundy Drive.
Yeah. Can you make that can you make the sign a little clearer? I can't
Not
look.
Before, not now.
Ugh. There we go. All right. Okay. We get it. Okay. Can we back up now? Show the intersection. Thank you. Can you tell us now where those two cars are and the crime scene tapes are?
That would be Bundy and Dorothy.
All right. Now this.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm going to release the video on some of these. Let me know if anything sensitive comes up.
Okay. Now the view that we have right now, is it looking in a westerly direction if you were standing on Dorothy?
Yes, it is.
The view that we had before, that was marked as People's 49, can you tell us if that was a view looking from south to north from the on Bundy?
I was looking north.
Can we go back to that now?
Go back to
Yes. Mm-hmm. Thanks. All right. Now does that depict also it would be the west side of Bundy?
Yes, I don't think this is the picture when Bundy was closed down. This, it looks to me like after we made the crime scene smaller, just 3 houses. It doesn't look like, this is Bundy Drive, but it's not Bundy and Dorothy.
The corner of Bundy and Dorothy, is that the corner that you all walked around?
Yes,
Okay, and that was with Sergeant Rossi and Sergeant Kuhn?
that's correct.
When you walked down that sidewalk, sir, down Bundy, around the corner of Dorothy and onto Dorothy, did you notice anything unusual on the sidewalk?
Just bloody paw prints.
At some point, did they fade out?
Yes.
And so then what path did you take with Sergeant Rossi and Sergeant Kuhn?
We went Bundy to Dorothy, Dorothy to the mouth of the alley, and then just walked through up to 875.
Show you another photograph, sir. People's 51. I'm sorry. Let this be marked People's 51. Sir, can you tell us what location's depicted here again?
That is Bundy and Dorothy.
That is Bundy and Dorothy?
Yes.
And that's the, in the left-hand corner where you see the police car. Would that be the corner that you walked around?
That's correct.
And you took them up the alley and into the rear area, through the rear driveway area?
Right.
And did you point out the evidence that you've described to us earlier, the blood drops and the change?
Yes, I did.
Were there any bloody shoe prints out on that rear driveway?
No.
And did you take Sergeant Rossi and Sergeant Kuhn through the rear gate?
Yes, I did.
That rear gate that we see?
I believe it's just Sergeant Rossi and myself.
It was just Sergeant Rossi and yourself at that point?
I believe. I'm not sure.
On People's 48, the blood trail. In F, you see the rear gate,
Yes.
and that's the gate that leads out to the driveway.
That's correct.
When you went in through that rear gate with Sergeant Rossi, were there any bloody shoe prints at that, at the end of the walkway just by that rear gate?
No.
How far did you walk with Sergeant Rossi?
I say about halfway. And we,
Halfway down the walkway?
yes.
So you did not take him all the way up to the front door?
No, I didn't.
As you walked him halfway up the walkway, were you using your flashlight?
Yes.
And were you pointing out what you were able to see?
Yes.
Did you point out any blood drops to him?
Yes, I did.
And where did you point them out?
This is covered. Ask and answer.
Overruled.
Covered.
Overruled.
Just from the rear gate up to where the what appeared to be footprints started again, and we stopped there.
So the footprints led from the bodies of the victims in the direction of towards the rear gate?
Question. Quick question. Object the phone.
Yes, let's go for it, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Mrs. Clark, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, with reference to those footprints, the bloody shoe prints that you saw leading away from the body of the victims towards the rear gate. When you first walked down that walkway after you exited the front door of the condominium going towards the rear gate, did you happen to notice whether the shoe prints continued all the way to the rear gate or not?
No, they didn't. They faded out.
They faded out?
Yes.
At what point?
I believe it was after the second landing, going down the stairs from the second landing, they faded.
Was that about halfway
Yes.
down before you got to the rear gate?
Yes.
So when you took Sergeant Rossi in through the rear gate, you took him up as far as the last bloody shoe print?
That's correct.
And then what happened?
We turned around and went back out, and we returned to the front on Bundy.
Now again, when you turned around and went back out, you were using your flashlight to see what was on the walkway?
That's correct.
Did you avoid the blood drops
Yes.
at that point that you were walking back with him? There were no more bloody shoe prints.
No, there weren't.
And did those shoe prints appear to get lighter and lighter as you went farther down the walkway toward the rear gate?
From the front?
Yes.
Yes.
Overruled. But he's already testified that it faded out.
All right. After you exited the rear gate with Sergeant Rossi, what happened next?
We returned to the front on Bundy,
And where did you stay?
in the street.
Not on the sidewalk?
No.
And what happened next?
Detective Phillips and Furman arrived.
Okay. Detective Ron Phillips and Detective Mark Furman then arrived?
That's correct.
And about what time was it when they arrived?
I really don't know. I would only be guessing. I don't.
Was it like a couple hours after you first got there?
Yes.
And where did they pull up to? Where did you first see them?
They parked on be the southeast corner of Bundy and Dorothy, and they parked on Dorothy.
Now, at this point, who was already at the location? Which
There-
people that you saw?
It's myself and my partner.
Officer Terrazas?
That's correct. Officer McGowan, Officer Wally. But they had gone up to Gorham and Dorothy and blocked traffic. Sergeant Kuhn was there, Sergeant Rossi, Officer Chavez and Cummings, Officer Glorioso and Ziegler, and Officer Aston. I don't know who his partner was.
Gonzalez?
Yes, Officer Gonzalez.
And were these people all guarding the perimeter?
Sustain phrase question.
What were these people doing?
Officer Cummings was maintaining control of the crime scene log, who arrived and who left. Officer Gonzalez and Aston were knocking on the neighbors' doors, see if they heard or saw anything. I guess Officer Terrazas was in the back, guarding the back.
Guarding the back?
That's correct. Officer Sanchez was guarding the front with Sergeant Kuhn. And I believe Glorioso and Ziegler were also knocking on doors.
And at that point, and Sergeant Rossi was there as well.
Sergeant Rossi with me, yes.
And after all those people were there, about 2 hours after you got to the scene, detectives Ron Phillips and Mark Furman arrived.
That's correct.
What happened when they arrived?
They met with Sergeant Rossi, Sergeant Kuhn, and myself. We went over what we had. Detective Furman, Phillips, Sergeant Kuhn, and I approached the front on the grass. I showed them the crime scene that we had in the front.
All right, now, excuse me, let me stop you there, sir. When you say you approached the crime scene, on the grass, was that the same route that you described for us before? To the left of the walkway as you face it?
That's correct. It's to the left of the plants on the walkway.
What kind of feet are on? All right, now shown in, this is People's 43, 43B. Once again, is that to the left of the walkway shown there?
That's correct.
And you took that same path as you did before?
No, there's grass to the left of this, and we walked in the grass.
You're gesturing over to the left-hand side of the photograph?
That's correct.
Yes.
Key for this.
All right. Now, did you take them all the way up to the call box that you described earlier?
No, we stayed in the grass to the left of the foliage.
Okay. And at this point, who was standing on the grass with you?
So Detective Furman, Detective Phillips, I believe Sergeant Kuhn, and myself.
Did you have your flashlight?
Yes,
So it was about 2:30 in the morning at this point?
I believe. I'm not sure what time it was.
And what did you show them?
I showed them the two bodies, the evidence that I'd seen, the envelope, the hat, the glove.
And they all observed it from that position on the grass?
That's correct.
What did you do next?
We then, I took him around to the neighbor's yard, and I showed him where the pager was laying in the body of Mr. Goldman.
So you took them around to the side that's shown in People's, excuse me, 43A, outside this gated area,
That's correct.
and you let them see,
That's the,
that's 47,
I'm going to strike that.
People's 47.
Oh, well,
People's 47A, around the outside of that gate.
that's correct.
What'd you do after that?
Then the two detectives, I believe both sergeants and myself, walked around down Bunny to Dorothy, Dorothy to the rear alley, and went to the rear of the residence.
Okay, the same path that you took before.
That's correct.
Now, I'm going to ask that the photograph we're going to pull up now in the Elmo is People's 52.
Fine, 52.
Showing you People's 52, sir. Do you recognize what's being shown in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
That's the rear of 875 and the Jeep that was in the driveway.
Now, when you first got to the location shortly after midnight, the first time you went back to the rear area that's shown in People's 52, was the Jeep in that position?
Yes,
Outside the garage?
yes,
But the garage door was closed?
that's correct.
So you came around the corner of Dorothy and Bundy and up the alley with
right.
Detectives Phillips, Furman, and Sergeant Kuhn?
and Sergeant Rossi.
and Sergeant Rossi. So it was 5 of you.
Right.
All right. And where did you go?
We went to the driveway, showed him the door that was ajar in the Jeep, the change and the blood on the driveway. I was showing Detective Furman the blood that was on the gate.
The rear gate?
That's correct. And Sergeant Rossi and Detective Phillips walked down a walkway, probably halfway.
Here's the photographs that has to be marked as People's 53,
All right, People's 53 chart with photos.
and they will be labeled.
Thank you.
Can you, let you look at that, orient this out. Everybody can see that? You see what's, first of all, in general, what location's shown on People's 53?
That's the rear gate of 875 Bundy.
Now, what will be labeled as photograph 53A, is this taken from inside or outside the gate?
That's inside the gate.
So that would be, so you're taking, that's from inside the gate, and you're facing out towards the alley?
That's correct.
Let you use this. Can you tell us if you see where you saw blood drops on the rear gate on the night of June the 12th?
There was blood at the bottom. There was blood on this latch. There was blood at the top. And my partner directed my attention to blood on the outside and the grating.
And do you see that blood on, that designated by some kind of marker in what will be labeled as 53E?
Which one is that?
Let's see. This one is A, second photograph. Here showing the blood drops you've indicated at the bottom rung
Right.
as B, closer up in C, and closer up in D. In E and F, can you tell us what's shown there?
This is the outside of the rear gate, and that would be where the blood was.
And a closer up view of that in F?
That's correct.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm going to ask to show this to the rest of the jury.
Yes.
Want me to come with?
Want to go point it out again, sir? 47?
This would be the interior of the rear gate. This will be blood on the bottom rung on the inside of the gate. This is a closer up picture of blood on the bottom. This is even closer. This is the outside of the rear gate. The blood would be on the grating, and this is a close-up picture of the blood on the grating.
Thank you, sir. All right, so then after you all went inside the rear gate, what happened next?
Well, Detective Furman and I went to the rear gate. We didn't go inside. And Sergeant Rossi and Detective Phillips went about halfway down the walk.
So you stayed outside the rear gate with Detective Furman,
That's correct.
and what did you do there?
I showed him the blood on the rear gate and, like I said, the blood in the driveway.
What happened after that?
Detective Phillips and Sergeant Rossi came out of the walkway through the rear gate. and Detective Furman, Phillips, and I entered the house through the garage.
All right, by that time, the garage was already open?
That's correct.
Okay. And so how many of you walked in through the garage?
3 of us.
And that was you and Detective
Furman,
Phillips and
Phillips.
Detective Furman. What did you do inside the house?
As soon as we entered the house from the garage, I showed him the ice cream and the spoon that was on the ground. We did a quick walk through the house, and then we went out to the front landing.
Had you noticed when you first were inside the house that the spoon that was in that ice cream cup was on the ground?
Yes.
What did it look like to you?
It looked like the ice cream had melted and the spoon had fell on the floor. It was directly underneath the ice cream.
Where did you walk them through inside the house?
We looked at the main level and went up. I showed them the kids' bedrooms and the master bedroom. We went out on the, like I said, the workout area, and looked down into the living room. And we came back down and went out to the front landing.
And when you came out onto the front landing, were you able to see both of the victims there?
Yes.
May I have your board that's been shown to council, ask that this be marked as People's 54?
54.
You able to see People's 54, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Just, if you can see the diagram, the outlines of the bodies in yellow, can you tell us if that is the relative position of the bodies to each other at the crime scene that you found them?
Yes.
Now, if you look there,
I think her head was actually closer to the stairs, though.
closer back to the stairs,
Right.
can you describe the Can you describe for us, sir, the area where the bodies were found in terms of space, in terms of how large that space is?
I would estimate from the north fence to the foliage on the left of the walkway, probably 10 feet and maybe 6 feet long.
In other words, was that a fairly small enclosed area?
Yes.
So when you stood at the top of the landing, did you use your flashlight at that point?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do?
I pointed out the evidence that I had seen. I showed them the bloody footprints and the walkway,
Okay.
the 2 victims.
And did you show them the envelope, the cap, the glove?
Right.
You were able to see that from standing up on the landing?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
They looked around, just standing there. They looked, and they looked at the steps that leading towards the rear. I mean, the bloody shoe prints leading towards the rear. Then we went back into the house, and I believe Sergeant Kuhn got a hold of Detective Phillips and told him that Lieutenant Spangler had arrived. Detective Furman and I stayed in the house, and Detective Phillips went out to meet with the lieutenant.
Excuse me, Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Cochran, if you like, you can just sit there. You're welcome. All right, Mr. Clark, you're just using diagrams, correct?
That's right,
There's nothing else that we're going to see on this?
that's right.
Okay.
Now, from your position at the top of the landing, were you able to point out all of the evidence you've described to us?
Yes,
And is that where the detective stayed at the top of the landing at that point?
that's correct.
And then you indicated that they went where?
They just stayed on the landing and looked at the shoe prints that continued westbound towards the rear.
And they looked at that from their vantage point at the top of the landing.
That's correct.
Where did they go after that?
I believe Lieutenant Spangler arrived. I don't remember if Sergeant Kuhn yelled to Phillips or got him on a radio to tell him he was here. But Furman and I went in the house, stayed in the kitchen, and Detective Phillips went out to meet the lieutenant.
All right. Do you know what route Detective Phillips took to exit the condominium?
He went through the house, down the stairs, and through the garage.
Okay, so he went out the back.
That's correct.
And you stayed inside the house with Detective Furman.
That's correct.
What were you doing inside the house?
Just standing in the kitchen, kind of looking around. I believe there was a jacket in there, a blue jean jacket. We were talking about if it was one of the victims.
And what happened next?
Detective Phillips and I believe he was accompanied by the lieutenant, came in the house. And I exited the rear and just stayed by my partner.
So Detective Phillips came back inside? And you mean, when you say inside, into the condominium?
Into the kitchen and met with Furman.
And when he came in and met with Detective Furman, you left?
That's correct.
And what route did you take to leave?
I went through the house, down the stairs, and out the garage.
And where did you go at that point?
I went out to the patrol car that was parked in the alley and just sat with my partner.
What were you doing?
Just maintaining security. We've been relieved by the detectives, so they assumed the responsibility.
So at that point, you were just maintaining the security of the location in the rear of the condominium?
That's correct.
And that you stood in or outside the crime scene tape?
Outside.
Did anyone enter through the crime scene tape that was not authorized to do so while you were there?
No.
In either the front or the back?
No.
Did you ever go back, after you went out and stood in the rear alley area, did you ever go back into the crime scene again?
With a photographer.
Pardon?
With a photographer.
And when was that, sir?
In the back, it was probably 10 or 15 minutes after I'd been relieved by the detectives. And in the front, it was when I was starting to get daylight.
Now, in the back, was that, how long after your exiting the condominium did the photographer come and start taking pictures at the back?
I believe the photographer beat the detectives there. And I was in the back probably 20 minutes. He came back and started taking pictures.
And to your knowledge, had he taken pictures in the front yet, if you know?
I really don't know.
After he took did you show him where to take pictures in the back?
I showed him some blood, told him about the ice cream on the banister, and that's about it.
Did you show him the change and the blood drops on the rear driveway?
Yes, so he wouldn't step in it.
And did you, how long did you stay out there in the rear area, rear alley?
I would estimate till 5:30, around 5:30.
Okay.
Then we went to the front.
What'd you do in the front of the location?
We opened Bundy up to vehicular traffic. So all we had was a crime scene from the house north Nicole's house and the house south, and we sat in front of that crime scene.
Okay. So was anyone allowed to walk on the sidewalk in front of 875 South Bundy?
No,
Was anyone allowed to walk on the walkway at 875 South Bundy?
no.
So where did you stand in front of the location, sir?
We actually moved our vehicle and parked it right in front of 875, so the walkway wasn't visible from the street.
So you blocked the view.
That's correct.
And were you seated in your car or standing outside of it?
Seated, standing, it was depending on what time it was.
Was that done intentionally, blocking the view of the
Yes.
walkway, sir?
Yes.
Why?
So we didn't want the passersby to look down there and see what it was, and trying to keep the media out.
And by the time you came around to the front, was it starting to get light?
No, it was
Still dark?
still dark.
What did you do out front?
Like I said, maintained the security of the crime scene.
At some point, a photographer arrived?
Like,
Sustain.
Did you have contact with the photographer in the front of the location?
yes, I did.
And was it daylight by then?
I had talked to him earlier, but he hadn't taken any pictures of front while I was there. And he came. It was just starting to get daylight, and he came and he took a couple pictures.
Okay. Now, was this the same photographer you'd contacted earlier at the rear of the location, the rear alley?
Yes, it was.
When he came to the front of the location and it was lighter, did you point anything out to him?
No, I didn't.
Did you see him taking pictures in that front area?
I saw Detective Furman. He was showing him the glove, and he took a picture of the glove.
Okay. He was pointing to it?
I believe he lifted up the leaves on the plant so he could see it better, and he took a picture of it.
Can you pull that one? I'm sorry. Is this the, I forgot the feed was ever on again.
Well, I assume somebody upstairs caught that.
This has not been previously marked, I think, so we should mark it as People's 54, 5. Thank you. Do you recognize the person in that photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
It's Detective Furman and the victim.
Okay. And what's he pointing to?
It's pointing to the glove,
The glove and the cap?
the cap.
The ones that you saw when you arrived shortly after midnight.
That's correct.
So, let me ask you something. What's he wearing there, Detective Furman?
It's like a white suit shirt, pair of slacks.
No jacket.
No.
Now, in that particular photograph, you had said that the leaves of the plant kind of hung over that one glove and the ski cap,
That's correct.
and that actually you had to lift it up to see.
Right.
Now, at this point, the leaves are not lifted up. Is that correct?
I believe that's his left hand holding the leaves back and his right hand pointing to the...
Pull back a little bit, Jonathan.
Oh, never mind. That's the shoe of the victim.
The shoe of the victim, no. So he's just pointing to it with his right hand.
That's correct.
Now, what time was it that you were relieved from this crime scene?
7:15.
At 7:15?
That's correct.
And how in relationship to that time that you left the crime scene, when did Detective Furman appear and point things out to the photographer?
I would say within 40 minutes. I'm not really sure. Within an hour.
So it was shortly before you left
That's
the
correct.
crime scene completely?
Right.
We need this photo anymore?
No, thank you, Your Honor. All right, now were you ever aware that detectives left the Bundy location?
Yes.
And you indicated, I believe, that you saw Detective Phillips and Detective Furman inside the condominium, and then you went outside and stayed back.
That's right.
Where were you when the detectives left for another location?
In the front.
And at that point, sir, you had already come around to the front, you were standing guard there?
That's correct.
Oh, well, re-foundational, I assume.
Yes. Now, how long did you stay in the rear area?
Maybe an hour and a half.
And while you were doing that, were other people guarding the front area?
As far as I know, yes, there should have been.
When you left the rear area to go to the front, did someone relieve you and maintain the guard in the back?
Yes.
And while you were standing in front, is that when the detectives left for another location?
Yes. Detective Phillips actually approached me. He gave me his cellular phone and said they were going to the Rockingham. They asked me directions to get there.
And did you assist him by giving directions?
Yes.
Were you familiar with that location?
Yes. That area, not that location.
You mean the Brentwood area up north
Right.
of Sunset? May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly. Mr. Cochran?
Thank you, Rick.
You want to start now?
Well, I think we might as well use every minute.
Every precious
So
minute.
every precious minute we use, Your Honor. Can still say good morning,
Morning, sir.
Mr. Risky. You had been a police officer for how long on June 12th, 1994, when you responded to this location?
4 years, almost 2 months.
4 years, 2 months at that time?
Yes, sir.
And your partner officer was Officer Terrazas, is
That's
that correct? And as between the two of you, who was the senior officer?
I was.
And he had been there less time than you had, LAPD.
Yeah, I believe he had 7 months in the street, 6
right.
months.
And you had worked the entire 4-year period of time in the West Los Angeles area, is that correct, sir?
No, sir.
Where had you started working when you first started?
Central,
Downtown?
downtown.
And how long prior to June 12th, 1994 had you been
in West Los Angeles?
2 years, 8 months.
All right. And so that we get the chronology of the hierarchy there, you were a patrol person, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was your immediate supervisor
That night,
on that night?
Sergeant Kuhn was the field supervisor.
Sergeant Kuhn?
That's correct.
And he's no relation to the other Sergeant Kuhn?
Not as far as I know.
All right. As far as you know. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And above Sergeant Kuhn, who came next?
Watch commander was Sergeant Rossi.
All right. And he at some point responded to the location?
That's correct.
And above Sergeant Rossi was whom?
Just that was it. Area commander.
All right. What about Lieutenant Spangler? How did he fit in the hierarchy?
Lieutenant Spangler is a lieutenant of detectives of West LA.
All right. So he'd be above Rossi.
He's actually above Phillips and Furman.
All right. So as I understand how it works, you as the responding patrol officer worked at that scene for a period of time until such time as the detectives responded.
Right, until they take it over.
And the detectives, when they responded, that was Mark Furman and Detective Phillips, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's your recollection, they got there around 2:30 in the morning, isn't that correct?
I don't know what time they got there.
All right. Ms. Clark mentioned to you that it was about 2 hours or so after you arrived.
Right.
You don't quarrel with that, though, do you?
I would only be guessing, sir. I don't know. I didn't have the crime scene log.
All right. And if you were to see a log of when the officers got there, that would refresh your recollection, would it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now let's start with you. You arrived there at about 12:13 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And you arrived there within 4 minutes of the time that you received this 459 Prowler call at Miss Elsie Tistert's residence, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you arrived there, you and your partner, Officer Terrazas, were the first officers there, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you described for Ms. Clark that when you were at the Los Angeles Police Academy that they kind of glossed over this crime scene maintenance and training, is that correct?
Right.
And much of what you learned actually on the job once you actually got in the field, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any training in the sensitivity of DNA?
No.
Had any training with regard to polymerase chain reaction or so-called PCR?
No.
Had none of that at all?
No.
All right. Now, by the way, with regard to this crime scene, from the time that you arrived there at 12:13 to the time that you left at, what, 7:15?
That's correct.
So that we're clear, you then stayed there approximately 7 hours, is that right?
Right.
Did you see any officers out there with a videotape machine or a videotape camera videotaping this entire scene?
No.
You never saw anybody with a videotape at that time
Not that I recall.
while
no.
you were there?
Not that I recall.
You did, in fact, however, see a photographer at some point, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And the photographer that you saw, what was his name?
I really don't know.
Would Rokar, if I use the name Rokar, would that refresh your recollection?
It wouldn't because I don't know his name.
You don't know his name?
I never.
All right. What time did you first see this photographer, sir?
I really don't know. I went to the front after a search in the alley, and I think he was there. I'm not sure.
Let's back up for a moment. You recall seeing him at the rear
That's right.
of the alley and taking some pictures, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And this was after the detectives had arrived at about 2 or 2:30, isn't that
Right.
correct? So whatever pictures and what he was doing was under the direction of the detectives who had now taken over the scene, is that right?
That's correct.
You did not give him any directions as to what to take. It would have been done by the detectives, is that correct?
No, I just pointed out blood so he didn't step in it or disturb any evidence.
All right. Now, did you ever at any time see this photographer take any pictures of the interior of the residence at 875 South Bundy?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever see him take pictures of these candles that you described?
No.
Did he take any pictures of this ice cream, this melting ice cream that you described in your report? I'm asking if you ever saw it.
Overall,
Did you ever see him take any pictures of this melting ice cream that you described?
No, I didn't.
And by the way, before we break for lunch, it's a good time to break for lunch when we're talking about ice cream, Your Honor, but let me just ask him, with regard to this ice cream, when you first saw this ice cream, you described the ice cream as a bowl of melting ice cream, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't melted at that point, was it?
In my opinion, no. It was melting. It
It was melting, as you
about
said.
half and half.
All right. So it was still melting, right?
That's correct.
Okay. What kind of ice cream was that? You recall?
What kind of ice cream?
Yeah. Was it vanilla, strawberry, chocolate? What was it?
I don't know.
All right. And you don't have any pictures to this day to tell us, do you?
No.
In other words, would you agree with me that the best evidence of the condition of that ice cream when you first saw it on that night would be a picture of how it looked? Isn't that correct?
A picture of when I actually saw it, yes.
Yeah, when you saw it, yes. We don't have that, do we?
Not that I know of.
Okay, what kind of container of ice cream was this?
It was like a cardboard Ben and Jerry's container.
Ben and Jerry's?
Ben and Jerry's,
Container.
right.
Is that correct? And this ice cream that you saw was inside the residence, is that correct?
Right.
And where was it in relation to that residence? Was it near the rear?
It was on a banister right before the entrance to the garage from the house.
And it was near the back, and when you came and you took the children out that way, you'd pass right by that banister, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you first saw this ice cream, what time was it when you first saw that ice cream, the melting ice cream?
I would estimate 12:35, 12:40.
So at that time, at 12:40, this melting ice cream in the Ben and Jerry's container had not fully melted, right?
Not in my opinion, no.
All right. It's a good point now, Your Honor, the ice cream, and we'll pick up there after lunch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the lunch hour. Please remember my admonition to you, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Form any opinions about the case, allow anybody to contact you regarding the case. Let's have it quiet in the courtroom, please. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you, and we will see you back here at 1:30. Officer Risky, you're ordered not to discuss your testimony with anybody other than the lawyers in the case. You're ordered to return here at 1:30 sharp. All right? We'll stand in recess, 1:30. Thank you, counsel.
No.
This was a report.
Of an interview conducted on February 8th, turned over to counsel on February 8th. I'm showing a copy of that to counsel now concerning the testimony, proposed testimony of Officer Benjamin Jones. He was the officer who was on patrol the night that Steve Schwab got the dog, found Nicole's dog, and called animal shelter for him. We had not previously been able to identify him. He came forward when he heard about the incident testified to by Stephen Schwab, realizing that it was him. We have the police report. It has been forwarded to counsel, and we would like to call him as a witness at the conclusion of Officer Risky's testimony.
All right, we'll allow defense counsel the opportunity to review the report, and then we'll take it up at that time.
Yes.
Well, it was faxed to counsel yesterday, so they should have their own copy.
We haven't seen it, but, this obviously, I'm confused. This was an officer who did this on June 12th, 1994. We're getting a report yesterday. But we'll take it up afterwards. Let's see the cross-examination.
Okay, can I have my copy?
All right, anything else before we
I'll get some
invite the
more.
jurors to rejoin us?
That's it, Your Honor.
All right, now I've lost all my staff. All right, let's have the jury, please. All right, let the record reflect, we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Officer Robert Risky is still on the witness stand under cross-examination. Officer Risky, you're reminded that you were still under oath. And Mr. Cochran, you may continue your cross-examination.
So that we can see the jury in the constable.
Please. We'll just pile them up here. However. Is that clear enough, Mr. Douglas?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Cochran.
Thank you very kindly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Officer Risky.
Sir?
When we broke at lunch, we were talking about ice cream. And since that date that you were out there on June 13th, 1994, have you ever seen any photographs of the ice cream or the spoon on the floor right below the ice cream?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever had occasion to see the cup, the Ben and Jerry's cup that the ice cream was in?
No, sir, I didn't.
And when you last saw the melting ice cream and the spoon on the floor, where was it?
Where was the cup?
Yeah, where was the cup?
The seat on the banister, still on the banister.
And so when you left that morning at about 7:15 in the morning, it was still in that same position as far as you know, is that
As far as I
correct?
know, yes.
And no officer had retrieved it at that time, is that correct?
No, the last time I saw it, it was still on the banister.
All right. Now, while we're inside the residence, you never at any time saw the photographer take any pictures of these candles that were lit inside either, is that correct?
That's correct.
Will you describe and give us a word picture for the court and jury of these candles? What were these candles and how were they lit?
The bathtub in the master bedroom or in the master bath is a sunken tub,
Yes.
and there's a space to the west towards the alley that's just flat. There was 3 candles and candle holders on that space, and they were lit.
And were they were lit and they were still burning when you got there?
That's correct.
Did you or anyone else preserve those candles so that we have those now?
I didn't know.
And again, would I be correct in assuming that you never saw the photographer who was there take any pictures of the candles?
That's correct.
Did-
Misleading and confusing, whether it's saw or not.
Overruled. You never saw the photographer take any pictures of those candles, right?
That's correct.
Since that time, you've not seen any pictures of those candles, have you?
That's correct.
Overruled. Did you see any candles anyplace else in the residence that were burning?
I really don't recall seeing any.
All right. Now, you've described on a couple of occasions that the place did not appear to you to be ransacked. And would I be correct in assuming that was the first time you've ever been inside that location?
That's correct.
Do you know whether or not there was any very expensive vases or anything of that nature that had been in there before?
I really have no idea.
That could have been taken? You don't know that, do you?
No, I don't.
So since that's the first time that you've ever been there, you just didn't see anything that appeared to be out of order. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But so that we're clear, when you finally gained entrance, you walked up the side of the bodies, so it would be to the south of where the bodies would be. The front door of this residence was open, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at some point, you described for us that you went inside the house, is that correct?
Right.
Now, did you have one of these kind of roving communicators so that you could call from forget what they call them, the rovers? You could make a call to back to West Los Angeles Station?
Yes.
So you could have called your sergeant on your rover if you wanted to, right?
Well, I could have.
All right. And as I recall your testimony, at some point you went inside the residence, is that correct?
Right.
Were you by yourself at that point?
My partner was on the landing with me.
All right, Officer Terrazas?
Right.
And did you know at that time whether or not this particular phone was equipped with this star 69 feature so you could punch down and get the last number called or the last number?
No, I didn't.
You didn't know?
No.
And prior to you picked up that phone at some point, did you not?
Yes.
And prior to picking up that phone, did anybody dust it for prints at all?
No.
Did you have any gloves on when you touched the phone?
No.
So you just picked it up and used the phone?
That's correct.
And did you have your rover with you when you picked up the phone?
Yes, I did.
And when you used this phone, is that when you called West Los Angeles Station?
Yes, I did.
And you spoke to Sergeant Rossi?
Sergeant Rossi.
And about what time of evening or early morning was that, sir, that you made that call?
I would say 12:20, 12:25.
So it was within a relatively short period of time of your arrival there. Is that
That's
correct? And if this phone had a particular dial component, your phone, your calling out would have disturbed that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did any other police officers at that time make any calls on that phone that you
No.
know of? Now, at that time, you only went, the phone was where inside the residence?
It was between the kitchen and the dining room. It was right on the counter.
Okay, and the light, as you went inside this residence, there was light coming out of the residence down toward where these stairs were. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And do you have a photo? Have you seen a photograph today of that, of the front door being open with the light cascading down?
No.
You've not seen that today?
Not with the front door open. I haven't seen a picture of the front door.
All right, but describe then for the jury how wide this front door was open.
Just half, maybe a little more than half.
About halfway open?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, with regard to the front gate, you described for us how the Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's legs were under that gate, and we saw a picture of that.
Not under the gate.
Well, close proximity to the gate.
It's under the fence.
Under the
The gate is on the other side of the walkway.
Under the fence, properly put. And this gate was open, is that correct?
That's right.
And describe again how far open was it?
It was completely open when we got there.
Like wide open, is that correct?
Yeah.
And on one side of the gate, describe for us how the gate mechanism worked, if you recall. On the side, do you know, was there a buzzer on one side and a handle on the other side?
There was a call box, but I don't know if it was electronic or manual. I really don't know.
All right. While you were there that night, you described for us how in going through the shrubbery, you came up to a call box.
Right.
Did you test that call box while you were there?
No, I didn't.
While you were there up until about 7:15 in the morning, did you see any police officers dust that call box for any prints?
I really don't recall, no.
Did you find out whether or not the call box was operable? That is, by that, did anybody go inside, have the call box pressed, and check it inside to see if it worked?
Not in my presence, no.
Not in your presence?
No.
You didn't do it personally?
No, I didn't.
While you were there, did you see, and I think we saw some pictures this morning, that there was some kind of a handle on both sides of that particular gate that was open, right? Remember a door handle?
Of the rear gate, I don't remember seeing any pictures of the front gate.
All right. Now we'll think back in your mind's eye of the front gate. Do you recall it having handles on the front gate?
I don't recall if it did or not.
You don't recall?
No.
Second. I want to make sure if you
Certainly, certainly.
cut the feed, I want
Yes.
Let Peter put this up, so we don't forget.
Now, I understand this is plaintiff's 42 for identification. Now, can you look at your monitor there, and you see there's appears to be a handle where I'm pointing with the laser disc. Is that on the inside?
That's a call box, sir.
Okay. No, I'm not. No.
I don't think.
You can't
he's
see, you
looking
can't
at the arrow, not the.
Call box is to the left where there's an arrow. Is that
Right.
correct? Okay. I want you to look to the right of that particular photograph. You see a door knob?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where the arrow is now located. You
Yes,
see a
sir.
doorknob? All right. Did you notice that night?
I did, but I just didn't make any mention of it.
All right. And there were doorknobs on both sides of that.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And while you were there, did you ever see any police or any police technicians dust those two doorknobs for fingerprints?
No, sir.
And you never did anything with regard to determining how you got that gate open, did you?
No, I didn't.
Now, after you made the initial phone call to Sergeant Rossi, you came back outside, is that correct?
That's correct.
At that point, you had not discovered the children, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had not discovered the ice cream?
Right.
All right.
Cartman, do you need this photograph any longer?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Let me take it down, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison.
And you came back outside,
That's
is that
correct.
correct? And how long before you went back in the house again?
I would say less than 5 minutes.
So in a short period of time, you went back in the house again
Yes,
with
sir.
anyone else or by yourself?
With Officer Wally.
All right, you and Officer Wally went inside the house?
Yes, sir.
And when you went in this second time, what time was it, sir?
I could only guess.
Your best estimate.
12:35, 12:40.
All right, so within a half hour of the time you arrived there, at any rate.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and your purpose was to look to see if there were any other victims, any other people inside the residence?
Yes, sir.
And was that when you became aware or formed the opinion, as you stated, that Mr. OJ Simpson was somehow involved in this?
Yes.
And
Well, actually, when I made an initial phone call.
now you noticed it when you made the first phone call, and you saw some correspondence with Mr. Simpson's name on it,
As a return address, yes.
and this was a letter of some kind.
Just an envelope.
All right. Now, you'd never been to that location before, had you?
Never.
Did you have occasion to check the mail? Was their name on the mailbox at all that night?
I didn't look at the mailbox. No.
This was the first thing that you saw with the name on it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
A letter with a return address to Mr. O.J. Simpson.
That's correct.
In your mind, you thought that meant he was somehow involved in this?
Well, with the pictures on the wall and the family pictures and the letter.
All right, let's talk about that. What pictures on the wall did you see?
There was a lithograph on the north wall of the residence
And what this lithograph was of whom?
of O.J. Simpson, I believe.
In what position? What was he doing?
I believe it was in playing football.
He was wearing a football uniform,
Yes, sir.
wearing number 32.
I really don't recall.
But you recognized him.
Yes, sir.
All right. And what else did you see with regard to Mr.
There was-
O.J. Simpson's photograph?
There were some family photos as you enter the front door. There's like a wall before you get to the dining room had photos in it.
All right. And what photographs did you see there, sir?
There's just a bunch of photos. I really don't know.
And did you see children in those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Miss Nicole Brown Simpson in those photographs?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. O.J. Simpson in those photographs?
I seem to recall, but I can't be positive if he was in those photos.
All right. That's your best recollection now.
Yes,
You
sir.
think you saw it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this is now, so did you observe this during the first time you went in there and you called Sergeant Rossi?
Yes.
Okay. you observe anything else at that point during this first time that you went inside?
No, just the envelope with his name on it by the phone.
All right. Now, then when you came back in 5 minutes or so later with Officer Wally, did you then go inside and upstairs in the unit?
Yes, sir.
Describe this unit for us. Can you tell us how many bedrooms that unit has?
I believe it has 3.
And about, are you pretty good at estimating square footage?
No.
I was going to ask you, how large was this unit?
It's probably maybe 20 by 100. I don't know.
All right. Just your best estimate.
Yeah.
You're only there with this couple times, right?
Twice. Actually, 3 times.
All right. So you then, on the second occasion, is that when you went upstairs?
Yes.
And when you went upstairs, you found the 2 juveniles asleep. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at some point, they were awakened. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This was a young lady and a young man.
Right.
A male and female. Is that correct?
Right.
Did you and Officer Wally bring them down at that point during the time of your second encounter into the residence?
Yes.
And of course, you took them out the back way. Is that correct?
Out the back.
And in going out the back way, the female young lady showed you how to open the garage door.
That's correct.
You're able to get them out that way and leave in the alleyway. Is that correct?
Right.
And so that we're clear, that Jeep that we've been talking about, that's a black Jeep, isn't it? Isn't that black?
I believe it's dark green.
Are you colorblind? Let me phrase this way. Do you have any problem with colors?
No.
All right. Your recollection is that it's a dark green Jeep?
It's a dark green. It's just a dark color. I think it's dark green.
You think it's dark green? All right.
As far as I recall.
Okay. If you were to see a picture of it, would that help you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's put up the Jeep on the element and I will get the number. You're looking at that. Are you able to discern from your monitor the color of that?
No, I'm not.
Just dark. That's all you
Just
can tell.
dark.
All right. Thank you, Bacon. People's 52? All right. So when you came outside, were you with Officer, he's bringing it up closer. Does that help you at all with regard to color?
Not really, no. It's not really well lit.
All right. So you can't tell?
No.
Just dark. Okay. When you came outside with Officer Wally and the 2 minor children, they were taken to the station by some other police officers?
That's correct.
And did you have any further conversation with either of the minors when you took them downstairs?
No, I didn't.
They then left the scene at some point, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, before I forget, with regard to the photograph that we showed showing the 2 doorknobs on both sides of the front gate, I think we printed that out. I think the next exhibit is Defendant's 1005. May I mark that D1005, Your Honor?
Yes.
And there's an arrow on that, and also an arrow at the call box. And I'll have that marked by Your Honor's clerk.
Thank you.
Now, inside that location, you also described for us that you saw a tub of water in the bathtub. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever touch that water to see whether it was hot or cold?
No, I didn't.
And were there any pictures taken of that water?
I really don't know.
You don't know? You never saw any, did you?
No.
Did you ever?
Objection, Mike, since facts not evidence of this witness has seen the photographs.
Overruled.
Photographs of this case.
Oh,
Could you tell whether or not someone had taken a bath already from that water?
No.
Did you see any children's toys in and around the bathtub?
No.
Do you recall looking for that?
No, I don't.
All right, you just looked and saw some water in there. That was pretty much it. Is that
I
right?
was more worried about having a person in there than toys. I didn't see any, no.
I understand. So your answer is you didn't really look and see, right?
That's correct.
I understand. Now, with regard to the master bedroom that you described for us, there's a master bedroom and a master bathroom. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the bathtub we've been talking about is in the master bedroom, right? Or off
The
from it?
master bath.
Okay. Now, with regard to this bed, did the bed look as though somebody'd been in that bed that night?
It just, the covers were piled in the middle. I couldn't tell.
It was an unmade bed, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you say the covers were piled in the middle, it wasn't as though the bed was made up, in other words, right?
Right.
Did you make any other phone calls from inside the residence at that time?
No, sir.
And then, did you have a third time in which you went back inside the residence?
Yes.
Is that when you went up on the landing? The third time when you went back, when was that?
The third time I went in with Detective Furman and Phillips.
Is that when you went up on the landing?
I went up on the landing the second time I was in there too.
Okay, so 2 times you went on the landing.
That's
is that right?
correct.
That's when you made the observations. Now, with regard to the time that everyone arrived there, I'm going to show you what purports to be an LAPD crime scene log, which purports to have the time that various individuals were logged into the scene. And I want to see whether or not this will refresh your recollection regarding certain individuals. Mark this, if the clerk please, is D1006, Your Honor, and I'll show it to counsel.
Noted 1006. You may.
Place this before you. It's a 2-page document, Your Honor, D1006. Now, Officer Risky, let's first of all take you and your partner were the first to arrive. That would be Risky and Terrazzo, right?
Terrazas.
And as you arriving at about 12:20 and leaving about 7:15, is that generally accurate?
That's accurate what it says. That's not accurate what happened.
Okay, but that's what it says on this log, right?
That's correct.
Okay, because you actually arrived at 12:13, right?
That's correct.
All right. Do you know who was keeping this log that night?
I believe it was Officer Cummings.
Okay, and did you yourself sign into this log that night?
No, I signed out. I didn't sign in.
Okay, you never signed in? All right. I want you to look down. Let's see if we can find Phillips and Furman were partners that night. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So what times indicate that Phillips and Furman arrived at the location?
2:10.
That would be 2:10 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Does that comport with your memory that they were there somewhere after 2 o'clock in the morning hours?
Yes, sir, but I don't know how accurate it is again, because I didn't fill it out.
But the log does say 2:10, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was Officer Cummings' job? Is that
I
correct?
believe so, yes.
And he arrived at the scene within about 10 minutes of the time you arrived. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. So once they arrived at 2:10, Furman and Phillips were then the officers in charge. Is that correct?
After we showed them what we had, showed them the crime scene, yes.
All right. Because they were the homicide detectives. Is that right?
Right.
All right. And then it's true, is it not, that did Detectives Van Adder and Lang come before you left at 7:15 or 7:20 in the morning?
That's correct.
And when Van Adder and Lang came, they were the ones in charge because they came from robbery homicide downtown. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Do you know about what time they arrived?
No, I don't.
You don't know?
No.
Again, if I might approach again, Your Honor. I'll ask you to take a look at the log and see if this may change refresh your recollection. Or Van
Your Honor,
Adder.
I'm going to object, there's no foundation here, there's no demonstration of this witness.
No foundation, that's the objection, correct? You can use anything to refresh recollection.
I'm not, that's not the basis of my objection.
All right, let me see it sidebar. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Cochran, proceed.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. I want you to, by the way, let me ask you one other question. You were present when officers Van Adder and Lang came, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you knew they were from robbery homicide, did you not?
I was told they were from robbery homicide.
Okay. Who told you that?
I believe before they got there, Furman told me they were coming to take over the case.
All right. And you knew Furman before that particular evening. You worked in the same division with him, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so what I want you to do now is to take a look at defendants 1006 for identification. And I want to ask you whether or not a review of the times logged by Officer Cummings refreshes your recollection of the approximate times that Van Adder and Lang arrived in the early morning hours on June 13th, 1994.
Well, I can tell you what time it says, but I was in the back when they got there. I don't know how long they were out front.
Okay. Would it be correct, and when Rod telling us what it says, would you agree that they arrived sometime after 4 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at that time, from the time they arrived at 4 o'clock in the morning, they were then the ones in charge of this investigation. Is that correct?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
All right. Now, you mentioned that you'd had this conversation with Detective Furman, and you knew him before that night. Is that correct?
I had seen him. I didn't know him personally.
All right. You'd never been on a particular homicide scene where you'd been the investigator?
No.
Had you ever spoken to him before?
Just in passing.
When you were inside the residence at some point, you and Furman were inside the residence, weren't you talking?
Yes.
In fact, you were in the back talking where the ice cream was?
No, we're in the kitchen.
Well, the kitchen's not too far from where the ice cream was on the landing. Is that correct?
50 feet, maybe. I don't know.
All right, about 50 feet. All right. But at some point, the two of you were back by the ice cream also, weren't you?
Just when we entered the residence together.
Okay. When you came back in the back way.
Right.
All right. And when you were in there talking, did you talk about the subject matter of OJ Simpson come up in the conversation?
No.
You two of you never discussed that?
No, we didn't.
That time? Now, at any time while you were inside, in any of the three times that you were inside this location, did you ever at any time see this photographer inside the location?
No, I didn't.
You never saw him take any pictures, did you?
Not inside, no.
Now, with regard to this crime scene, without putting the photographs back up, from the sidewalk to where Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's body was located, would you agree that that was approximately 10 to 12 feet in that general area?
Seems like it'd be a little farther.
All right, well, give us your best estimate.
15, 20 feet.
You placed it somewhere 15 to 20 feet?
Yes, sir.
It's from the sidewalk to where she was located, is that correct?
Yes.
And from the front of that property, sir, to the back, all the way to that back gate, can you give us an estimate of how many feet that would be?
I'd only be guessing. I don't know.
Well, now you told us how many times you walked this, and we want to get your best estimate. Not a guess, your best estimate, sir.
130 feet, 140 feet.
All right, if I were to tell you that it was more like about 160 feet, would you agree with that?
I don't know. I didn't pace it off. I don't know.
All right, so let's assume it's 150 to 160 feet.
Objection. No. Seems bad, not evidence, no foundation.
I asked him to assume that.
Overall, it's a
Thank you.
hypothetical question.
All right.
But I think we need a little, hold on. I think we need a little, from where to where, the sidewalk to the
All right.
mid-alley,
Yes, sure.
where's the property line? What are we talking about here?
Certainly, Your Honor. Assume from that front gate, near where the body was found, female body was found, to the rear gate. That's the distance we're talking about. Would you put that in the area of, you said 130, 140 feet, something like that?
It seems a little long, but if you say so.
Well, no. I want your best estimate.
From gate to gate, I would estimate 120 maybe.
120 feet? All right. And as I understand, I understand that's just an estimate. In that area, at least in the front part of the gate, there was a lot of blood flowing down toward Bundy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There's a lot of blood there. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. As we've seen in the pictures. And going back toward the back gate, in what you call 120 feet, Do I understand that what you found was 4 blood drops in this 120 feet? Is that correct? With 1 blood drop out in the alleyway?
I didn't count them, I don't know.
Today you don't know how many there were altogether?
I didn't count them, I don't know.
You don't know how many there were?
No,
All right. Whatever number you had, there was a certain number inside the gate and a certain number outside the gate.
that's
Is that
correct.
Now, when you saw this photographer in the backyard, in the back area there, in the alleyway, taking pictures, it was still dark outside at that point, is that
Right.
correct? Do you know what time the photographer arrived there?
No, I don't.
You have no idea?
No, I don't.
You don't know his name either?
No, I don't.
When you saw him in the back alleyway, what was he taking pictures of?
When I first saw him, he was taking a picture north from Dorothy, north through the alley. I saw him take a couple pictures of the rear of the residence. He took a couple pictures of the vehicles, I believe.
All right, if I could approach again.
Yes.
Let's see if we can look at this together and figure out which one's the photographer. Over here where it says SID photos, would that be an indication that's probably the photographer?
Yes, sir.
And what does it show his name at?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's hearsay. He can read it to himself to see if it
Okay.
refreshes.
Read this to yourself and tell me whether or not this refreshes your recollection of the name of the photographer from SID.
I never knew his name, I don't know.
This doesn't refresh your recollection.
No,
All right, do you remember that he had arrived there? About what time he arrived there? Don't know that either?
no, I don't.
What time was it that you saw him in the rear of the location, sir?
It was after I had shown Furman and Phillips the house and came back out,
And what time would that be?
or sometime around 3,
Around 3 o'clock in the morning?
I believe. I'm not positive.
Again, that's your best estimate, around 3 o'clock in the morning? And that's when you saw him taking these pictures in the rear, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you pointed out in the course of your direct examination that you understood it was very important not to traipse through and track through this particular crime scene, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you described for us on many occasions during Ms. Clark's direct examination the great pains you took not to walk through this blood or any so-called footprints, right?
That's correct.
And because you knew it was very important to try and preserve the integrity of the evidence, is that correct?
That's correct.
You knew that either the detectives or someone of the direction of the detectives, a criminalist, would come out and try to mark these various exhibits, is that correct?
Right.
In fact, you also described for us that at some point you saw some blood on the rear gate of the location there.
Correct.
You described for us, remember that?
Yes.
By the way, you never at any time ever saw the photographer take any pictures of the blood which you claimed you saw on that rear gate, did you?
No, I didn't.
Are you aware that the first pictures taken of that blood was on July?
That's not evidence.
Sustained.
Let me phrase it this way, Your Honor. Were you aware of whether or not any photographs were ever taken on June 13th, 1994, of this blood that was supposedly on that rear gate on that date?
No, sir.
Do you know what date they got back out there to take those photographs,
No, I
if
don't.
ever?
Objection, that assumes facts, not evidence.
Oh, he knew. Were you,
Answer will stand.
thank you. Were you present at any time any pictures were taken of the supposed blood on the rear gate?
No.
May I put this exhibit up here?
Which exhibit?
It's the one of the photographs that were here. This, for the record, Your Honor, is 53A. So that we're clear, Officer Risky, these photographs depicted on 53A, you never saw those taken on June 13th, did you?
No, I didn't.
In fact, while you were still out there on June 13th, before you left, have they started hosing down that area yet?
No.
You didn't come back on any date after that, did you?
Just in passing to chase away looky-loos and stuff.
That was during just the patrol duties.
Yes, sir.
And at some point in the course of your patrol duties after June 13th, you became aware that somebody hosed down this entire area. Did you not?
I assume they hose it down after they were done.
You saw the blood was up at some point, did you not?
Right.
You know when that was, sir?
No, I don't.
You don't?
No.
The photographs Ms. Clark showed you to your left with regard to the exhibits and the supposed blood on the rear gate at Bundy, those were not taken when you were there on June 13th, were they?
Of the gate?
Yes, the gate.
No, sir.
And I see some dark powdery substance on the rear gate. Your Honor, this is on 53A. You know what that dark coloring is on that gate?
It would be an assumption.
Give us your police officer.
I'd assume it's print dust.
All right, was that print dust on there when you were there that night?
No,
That's something that was put on after, is that correct?
that's correct.
So when you left at 7:15 on June 13th, that print dust wasn't there, was it?
No,
When you were out there on June 13th up to the time that you left at 7:15, you didn't see anybody out with one of these little rulers saying, Los Angeles Police Department, Scientific Investigation Division, Photographic Section, as depicted on 53D. You didn't see that?
no, I didn't.
And as best you can tell in looking at 53A from your vantage point there, those purport to be photographs numbered of the rear gate at Bundy, is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you ever seen any photographs in connection with this case of pictures taken of the front gate at Bundy?
Not specifically of the front gate, no.
Now, as a police officer of some 4 years' experience, you're aware of how photographs are taken sequentially so that the numbers, you try not to mix up the numbers when you're taking photographs. Is that a fair statement? You're trained not to do that?
I don't take pictures with numbers by them. I'm sorry. I don't know.
You have no knowledge of that?
I've seen them take pictures. I've seen them number evidence, but I have no knowledge of how they do it.
All right. I'd like to, Your Honor, mark another photograph if I can. I'll mark this Defendants 1007, D1007. I'd like to approach the counsel. I'm going to place Defendants 1007 before you. And do you recognize that man depicted in that photograph?
I don't know his name, but I recognize him.
Okay, who is he?
I believe he works for SID.
He's a criminalist
Yes, sir.
with the name Fung, F-U-N-G, ring a bell?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see this man, Mr. Dennis Fung, at the crime scene while you were there?
No, I didn't.
He wasn't there when you were there, was he?
No.
And he appears to be in D1007, pointing to an area near the top of the fence. This is the fence that's depicted here on 53A, is that correct?
Top of the gate, yes.
Top of the gate? And you don't know what date this picture, this photograph was taken, do you?
No, I don't.
All right. I next want to mark, Your Honor, if I can, D1008. And I'll show it to counsel. It's a photograph also of a fence on the property.
All right.
I want you to look at this photograph, D1008. Has a number 116, a card with 116 thereon. And I want you to see whether or not you recognize that particular photograph.
Looks like a picture of a gate, but
Do you know which gate that is on the property?
I can make an assumption.
Well, no, not an assumption. Do you know which one it is?
Both the gates look the same. I don't know.
All right. How many gates are there altogether, sir?
2.
And there's the rear gate, right, we've been talking about?
That's correct.
And where's this other gate?
In the front.
There's one near the front?
Yes.
All right. So can you look at this and tell whether this is in the front or in the rear?
I'd say that one's in the front.
You think this is in the front? All right. Now, if this one's in the front, if D1008 is in the front, do you think it unusual that it has a number 116 on it when you turn and look to your right at 53B, it has a number 116?
Witness indicated he has no knowledge of the number.
Sustained.
Yeah, finished. May we
Sustained.
approach, Your Honor? May we approach on this?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, hold on. Court reporter has to. All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Cochran.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to D 1008, which you've indicated you believe to be number 116 on the front gate, were you present when this photograph was taken?
No.
All right. Describe that at some point, when Detective Phillips and Furman were still in charge, I presume, or at some point that morning, strike the latter part, that Detective Phillips came to you and asked you for directions to the Rockingham residence?
It was either Phillips or Furman. I know Phillips gave me a phone and one of them asked me directions.
All right, well, let's think back in your mind's eye. Did Furman ever say to you that he'd been to that location before that morning?
To
the Rockingham residence, Mr. OJ Simpson's
No.
home? Never said that?
no,
All right. This was preparatory to the officers going over to the Rockingham residence?
that's correct.
So by that time, Van Adder and Lang were also present, isn't that correct?
Yes,
Were you aware that Detective Van Adder knew how to get over to that location,
No.
having worked West Los Angeles?
no,
By that time, Van Adder and Lang would then be the ones in charge, isn't that correct?
I assume so. Yes,
I mean, once they arrived at the scene?
right.
So was it your understanding all four of these detectives, Van Adder, Lang, Furman, and Phillips, were going to Rockingham?
That's correct.
And do you see them leave at some point to go to that location?
No, Phillips gave me a phone. That's the last time I saw him.
Now, when Phillips gave you a phone, what kind of phone was this? A cellular phone or
It's a
something?
cellular phone.
And it's one of those little handheld cellular phones?
Correct.
And was that phone owned by the city of Los Angeles?
I don't know. He just gave me a phone and said if he needed anything, he'd call me. That was
And you don't know where that phone came from?
no,
Did you ever seen it before?
no.
He just handed it to you.
That's correct.
And what time of evening or early morning was that Detective Phillips handed you this cell phone?
It was just before they left. I don't know what time it was.
All right. Was it light yet, sir, at that point?
No, it wasn't.
Still dark, right?
Yes,
Okay. And your understanding was that all four of these detectives were going to leave to go over to Mr. O.J. Simpson's house.
that was my understanding. Yes,
Had you shared with them the fact that you saw an envelope with a return address to Mr. Simpson inside the house? You told anybody that?
I don't think so. No,
Had any of these officers, other than Furman that you know of, been inside to see the photos on the wall?
just Phillips. Phillips, myself.
All right. And do you recall having any conversation at all with Van Adder or Lang about where O.J. Simpson lived?
No, I don't.
All right. Now, when Phillips handed you this cellular phone, you kept it in your possession?
That's correct.
Did you ever give it back to him that morning?
Yes, I did.
And what time was that you gave it back to him, sir, if you recall?
It was when he and Furman returned to the scene. I don't know what time it was.
You know what time? You don't know what time that was?
No,
While you had that phone, did you make any phone calls on that cellular phone?
no,
Do you know whether or not Phillips had another phone, a second phone?
I don't know. He just gave me a phone.
Well, when he gave you the phone, he said, "Call me if you need me."
No, he said we'll call if we need anything.
He said, "We'll call,"
That's correct.
meaning the four detectives, one of the four,
Whoever.
would call you back.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you ever seen a log of Detective Phillips's phone calls made that particular morning?
No,
And while you had the phone in your possession, you never made any calls, right?
that's correct.
What time do you think that Detective Phillips returned from the Rockingham residence? At the time you gave him the phone back?
I would estimate sometime around 6:30 in the morning.
About 6:30?
Maybe a little later. I'm not sure.
About how long would you say they were gone?
I'd say a little over an hour.
Would you search your memory, do you think that they left somewhere around 5:30 and came back about 6:30 or 6:40?
I'm not positive what time they left. No, sir.
Did you keep the phone on your person at all times during that hour?
It was on the dash of my patrol car. Yes.
Was anybody else in the patrol car with you at that time?
My partner was near it, but not in it. No.
Do you know whether or not he used it?
Nobody could have used it. It didn't work.
It didn't work?
No, battery was dead.
The battery had gone down
That's
at
correct.
that point? So when you gave this cellular phone back to Phillips, the battery had gone down. Is that right? Or it was down?
That's correct.
How do you know it was down? You tried to use it?
Because I believe they called, they either had a black and white with them and they used a radio to contact us, or they had another phone. Because I had tried to see if the phone was broken and it wasn't working at all.
So when you tried to use it and it didn't work during that time,
I turned it on to see if they were trying to call us and it was dead.
you couldn't turn it on?
No.
All right. Your Honor, I want to mark this at this point as defendant's next in order. D 1009. Do you happen to know the number of that particular phone?
No, I don't.
Sure. And I presume you don't know the number of the phone that you had at that
That's
particular
correct.
Now, when you wrote out a report regarding your observations that particular morning, isn't that correct?
I would call it a report, a statement.
Okay, well, you wrote out a statement about your involvement on that particular morning?
Yes.
And in writing that statement out, you tried to be, of course, as accurate as you could? Did you?
I wrote what actions we took. I didn't write all the evidence I saw, no.
All right. The question is, did you try to be as accurate as you could in the report?
Yes, for what I wrote.
When you were in the academy, you had occasion to learn how to write reports, did you not?
That's correct.
Okay. And what time, Officer Risky, did you write this report? Do you recall?
I would say around 4:30.
All right, let me approach, and I'd like to mark this D1010, Your Honor.
All right, D1010.
D1010, I'd like to approach it. And I'll show you this report. First of all, I'm ask you if this printing is yours, first of all. Officer Risky. Look at D1010. Is that yours?
Yes, sir.
And is this printing your printing?
Yes, sir.
And I want to turn it over. There purports to be a signature here.
That's mine.
Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
And it has that's your number as an LAPD officer?
Yes, sir.
West LA Patrol? And 6/13/94, what time is that?
5:15.
And so you wrote this report while you were still at the scene, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where did you write this report? Where were you when you wrote it?
I was in a rear alley, sitting in my car.
All right, were you accompanied by anybody at that point?
My partner, Officer Terrazas.
And he wrote a report also?
Yes.
Did you both write them at the same time?
No.
Who wrote their report first, if you recall?
I believe he did.
Did he proceed first?
Yes.
And is it fresh your recollection that you wrote your report at about 5:15 in the morning?
That's correct.
Now, in this report, you don't, in any place in this report, indicate that you went inside the residence, used the phone, called Sergeant Rossi, saw an envelope with OJ Simpson's name, return address thereon, and felt he was in any way involved. You don't mention that, do you?
I don't believe so, no.
Do you want to take a look and see?
I don't believe it's in
Why
here.
don't you read it yourself, first of all, to ask the question.
Okay.
Have you read that to yourself?
Yes, sir.
You don't see anywhere in that report where you mention going in and using Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's phone, do you?
No.
In fact, what you indicate specifically is that, and I'll quote, I then observed bloody footprints on the steps and landing behind victim one. Footprints were headed westbound on the sidewalk between 873 and 875 South Bundy. You wrote that, did you not?
Yes, sir.
I then observed the front door of 875 South Bundy to be standing open. You wrote that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
My partner and I then backed out and requested a supervisor, additional units, R/A. What does R/A mean?
Rescue ambulance.
So now, when you said you backed out and requested a supervisor, was that Sergeant Rossi? Your
Sergeant
supervisor?
Kuhn.
Sergeant Kuhn? And you didn't write that on there that you went inside and made a call to your immediate
No, I didn't.
supervisor, did you?
No.
Now, you were asked a number of questions about how you put up this yellow tape to secure the scene. You recall that?
That's correct.
And again, that was an effort to try and keep intruders out. Is that correct?
Right.
Police officers, however, were free to come and go inside that scene. Isn't that correct?
No.
They weren't free to come and go?
No.
There weren't a number of police officers who walked inside that scene?
No, there weren't.
And is that during the time you were there?
During the time I was there, right?
You can't speak what happened later, can you?
No.
But while you were there,
Objection made there, as opposed to when you left the scene.
overruled. While you were there, when the yellow tape was up, give us the names of the officers who walked inside the residence there, or inside this crime scene, inside the yellow tape area. Should you give us those names?
Just inside the crime scene?
Yes, who were in and around the area there at the Bundy crime scene.
Objection to the next page.
You want inside the tape,
Inside the tape.
Your question was compound and
Okay, Your Honor, let me
complex.
make it clear, okay? Thank you. Now, with regard to the crime scene, I want you to tell the court and jury, the officers who were given any access inside either the front gate or the back gate or the residence there at Bundy while you were there.
Sustained.
All right, can you tell us the names of any officers who were given access to the Bundy crime scene while you were there?
Well, the Bundy crime scene encompasses a large area.
I understand that. So tell me the names of the officers.
I'd have to look at a log or something.
All right, may I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
With 1006?
Yes.
Place before you D1006, and you can look at this. This is refresh your recollection, and you can tell the court and jury which officers, if any, were given such access.
There was myself and Officer Terrazas, Sergeant Kuhn, Officer Wally, Officer Glorioso was in the back, Phillips and Furman, Sergeant Rossi, and the detectives.
All right. Anybody else that you can recall at this point?
No.
What about Lieutenant Spangler? Did he come at some point?
He came. Yes, he was in the rear.
All right, so he's a lieutenant. He could get inside, couldn't he?
Yes, sir.
So let's see if we can count them. It would be Risky and Terrazas, 2. Cummings and Sanchez, 4.
Cummings and Sanchez weren't in the crime scene.
Okay, they were not. Okay, Sergeant Kuhn was,
Yes.
3. What about Captain Zeman? He wasn't there?
He was, I believe he was at the tape. That was it. He didn't go across the tape. I saw him at the tape.
Okay. McAllen and Wally.
It's actually McGowan. It's not McAllen.
Okay. McAllen,
Right. He didn't go in the crime scene. Wally did.
Wally did, so 2, 3, 4.
They weren't.
Five.
They weren't there.
Okay. 4. What about Hyder and Vasquez?
No. They went to the foot of the alley and took the 2 children to the station.
What about Glorioso?
Glorioso was in the rear.
And then the 2 detectives?
That's correct.
And then, of course, the other 2 detectives from robbery homicide.
And Sergeant Rossi. I don't see his name.
Okay, Rossi. Okay. And possibly photographer?
Not, well, he went on the grass, if you consider that in the crime scene.
Well, he's in the back taking pictures, wasn't he?
Right,
All right. And then Van Adder and Lang, is that correct?
right.
Can you call any others at this point, sir?
No,
Is there a Captain Gartland from Homicide Detectives who arrived right about 7:20? Did you see him that morning?
I was gone. I left at 7:15.
Okay, so you didn't see Captain Gartland?
No.
Now, I want to show you now a picture, three pictures that I'd like to show counsel and ask you whether or not you can recognize this particular officer. I'll show these three pictures to counsel.
All right, with the court reporter, please. And I'm sorry, Madam Reporter, why don't you stay there? Ladies and gentlemen, there's a evidentiary issue I need to resolve, and I'm going to need to watch a videotape out of your presence, obviously, on all of the gizmos here. So I'm going to ask you to step back into the jury room, and hopefully this will just take a few moments. All right, Madam Reporter, why don't you set up again? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Be seated.
The video is on a laser disc, Your Honor. We've previously dealt with this before. Counsel have seen it. I'd like to show it to the court again at this point.
All right, at this point, your purpose of showing the videotape is to ask Officer Risky if he recognizes the officer who's
Any of
depicted.
these officers, they're on, Your Honor. And should he, I think perhaps you should step out while we're doing this, Your Honor.
All right. Officer Risky, why don't you step outside and don't talk to anybody while you're out there. Thank you. Also, if there's a TV monitor out there, don't watch the monitor.
Your Honor, the additional issue of the discovery of this video, we've never been provided a copy of this video.
Well, let's see it first. You may not have an objection to it once you've seen it.
They've seen it before, Your Honor.
How long is this excerpt?
Not very long. We all sat here and watched this before. Your Honor.
Not very long doesn't tell me enough.
Okay, Your Honor. Well, 6-7 minutes, all right?
All right.
This is the same videotape they tried to do before, with the same problem.
No,
I don't know that yet.
Yeah.
that was a problem. That was
All right, does that complete the,
Yes.
all right. Mr. Cochran?
This supposed search for truth, counsel goes to great pains through over and over again to talk about how this crime scene is protected. We're going to be able to demonstrate, Your Honor, in one of those photographs, there are 9 or 10 people in this little tiny area, Your Honor, that they've got in there. We can identify a lot of those people from the coroner's office. We know what time they got there, shortly after 8 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning on the 13th. What we're trying to show here is that, it's not, they would like to have everything their way where they could show that everybody walked around and did all these things, but that's not the truth. And why would they want to mislead this jury? And the facts are, we will be able to establish it, and I should be able to ask this officer whether or not he represents, whether or not he recognizes Lang, whether or not he recognizes Van Adder, whether or not he recognizes Rogers, and any number of other officers that he may recognize who are walking through that scene in this particular area. And we know that the bodies are not moved till the coroner gets there, and they're there at that particular time. So I think the video is very clear. With regard to the officer, it seems to me that these seem to be sequential of a person walking right in the crime scene. And I think we'll be able to establish that at some point they hosed this area down when they didn't need it anymore, and this officer's walking right through there. And it's just as though the detectives are walking through there. There may be a sheet or whatever down, but you can see on some of these videos, Judge, some people are wearing gloves, some people aren't. Some people have booties on their shoes, some people don't. But there are like 8 or 9 people crowded in this little area. And that's quite contrary to what Ms. Clark has tried to tell this jury. And that's not the truth.
Ms. Clark?
No, the truth of the matter is that this crime scene was handled appropriately. Mr. Cochran would like to show photographs out of context, out of time, and out of sequence, and in one case even trying to misrepresent that 3 photographs are of one person, and the more closely we look, the more we realize it's not even the same person in those 3 photographs, trying to mislead and confuse this jury. And all we're asking for is fairness here. We want the jury to get the truth. We want it to be untwisted and undistorted by counsel in an effort to twist their minds. We want them to get the truth. If the jury concludes that the crime scene was not properly handled, so be it, but at least I want them to make that conclusion based on the way the truth is, what the evidence really is, not some distorted, twisted version of it that counsel wants to give them. Taking these photographs out of context, time context that is a real problem. At some point, we have to release every crime scene, and not just this one. It doesn't get preserved for all eternity. What happens, as the court is very familiar with, is that they go in, they take the photographs, they collect the evidence, and at some point, we have to clean up the place and move on. Now, this crime scene was washed down, but not till a few days afterwards, as far as I recall. It was washed down by the family. Prior to that time, though, on the 13th, everything was collected and preserved at some point. After which, people were, I'm sure, walking on it. But at that point, it no longer mattered. The evidence was collected, and it was photographed, and it was diagrammed. Everything was done. And when that's all done, then yes, people will walk through a crime scene. Eventually, they have to. Otherwise, we're going to have sections of this entire city where no one can walk for all eternity because it was a crime scene. My God, most of downtown LA would be untouchable. So there's just no way that we could possibly use these photographs for any probative value unless we establish what the time was. If the time is demonstrated to be at a point in time when this officer indicates it was carefully cordoned off and no uniforms were allowed in, or very, very few, then that's one thing. Or at a time when he's saying we're all walking up the left side of the pathway in the shrubbery to avoid the blood in the walkway, and the time shows that this occurred when he claims it couldn't have, that's impeaching. But at this point, it's not impeaching, it's distorting, it's confusing, and it's misleading, and that's all it is. And under 352, the court has an obligation to make sure that the jury is not so misled. You should also know that the counter that the court sees on the tape that they played for you is not even the counter from the video. It's the counter from the laser disc that counsel has, which is irrelevant to everything in this case. Counsel knows the real time. He knows it, Your Honor, and he's deliberately hiding it from this court. And he wants to hide it from this jury as well, so that they will be misled and confused. And that's the problem. I don't care if the jury sees this videotape. If it's put in the correct time frame, then they have a right to see it. The problem is that this is a cut-up, chopped-up version of something where counsel has conveniently deleted everything that doesn't support his argument and has deleted the time that would give it any probative value or even any impeaching value. So at this point, we have no upside. There is no probative value. We have only the prejudicial value of misleading and confusing this jury. And until counsel can establish the accurate time when these photographs were taken, when the video clips were taken, it should never be shown to the jury this way.
Sure.
Two more issues, Your Honor. We have never been given a copy of this tape, although counsel promised it to us, a month ago? We should have had it, and we should have had a chance to review it. And that's another discovery issue. They've had it, obviously, for quite some time. The court ordered them to give it to us. They never have, and we still don't have it. We need to know what kind of editing machine they used in order.
We don't need to know that.
Do you think we?
No, we don't need to know. We don't need to know that.
No, the court may not be interested, but the people need to know.
No,
because
we don't need to know that.
But in any case, Your Honor, it's also this officer's testimony that he left at 7:15. And from these photographs, the nature of the sunlight shown, we can see it's much later than that. So we need the real time. We need the real time, or else it's not even impeaching. It's only confusing and misleading and very prejudicial. There is no probative value.
I respond, Your Honor.
Briefly.
Counsel talks all this stuff about wanting the truth, and they always want to hide the truth.
Knowing the court reporter has now 4 minutes left of paper.
Thank you, Your Honor. They always want to hide the truth, Your Honor. We have Mr. John Whitney, who helped to shoot, who helped to put this on the laser disc. And that is a laser disc, and the counsel is more than aware of it. They've seen it, and they've had it before. We'll give them a copy of our laser disc, Your Honor, if they want it. The court, this is preposterous for her to stand up, make that argument to right-thinking people in this courtroom and outside. You can see these people stepping over the bodies, Your Honor. Lang is stepping over the bodies. The bodies have not been moved. And she has the temerity, the unmitigated gall to talk about telling the truth about this crime scene. 9 people are gathered around there, and they want to give you a picture that they tiptoed around and never touched anything. That's preposterous, Your Honor. We should. So ultimately, they can have all the theories they want. But as I said before, they're going to be killed by the facts. And I would like, Your Honor, if you have any questions, to address Mr. Whitney about this. This isn't anything we made up. These are the same video they've seen now for the last 2 or 3 weeks. They're more than welcome to our video, Your Honor. We can lay a foundation for this. We can identify these people in that video, and we have a right to show that to this jury. I mean, this is what cross-examination is. We will be able to demonstrate that they did not handle this scene appropriately, Your Honor. And we can clock in the video. The worry about clocking in the number, Mr. Whitney, would you address the court? He has knowledge, if the court would allow me to ask him, about the timing on the video also.
I mean, the counter that's going on the laser disc, that really doesn't concern me.
Oh.
Well, I know what counters are on laser discs. I mean, it's not a mystery.
Mr. Douglas advised we give him the tapes also, Your Honor.
We have given them the tapes.
Yes, Your Honor, we gave him the first tape on the Monday when it was discussed. We gave him the second tape last week. I put on the record.
He did.
All right, at this time, and I want to emphasize at this time, I'm going to sustain the objection under 352 and under foundational bases for these reasons. And listen carefully, counsel. One, your offer was that you wanted this officer to look at some of these items and identify who these police officers were. There's no dispute as to who these people are. We all know who they are. It's not a disputed issue. So to waste the court's time to look at a videotape and say, this is Detective Van Adt or this is Detective Lang, that's a waste of the court's time because that's not a fact in dispute. The issue is who had access to the crime scene and when. Without establishing when those videotapes were taken, it's misleading to the jury unless you've got somebody who can say in relatively absolute terms when those videotapes were taken. This witness cannot testify to those things because he testified he was in a car in the back alley until he left the crime scene. That was his assignment. There are certainly other witnesses who were at the front who can testify to these things. This is the wrong witness. And this is the wrong time to bring up this particular issue.
What started out, Your Honor, with us talking about the officer, the uniformed officer. And may I just address that for a moment? Talk about misleading, where we have them go to all this trouble to show all these things. I think I should be permitted to ask them if he recognizes that officer walking right through the scene. Your Honor, the evidence.
That one photograph
Yes.
that we have of the back of the officer,
Yes.
that one photograph, I'm going to allow you to ask him if he recognizes the person.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
The other stuff,
All right.
that's a factual dispute as to who this is. We may never resolve that.
All right. But I want to ask him. And the others, there'll be Lang and Phillips along, and we'll deal with that, Your Honor.
Right.
And I
That's
have to check
the
that
point
record.
I'm making.
They had to tape.
Do you understand the point I'm making?
Loud and clearly, and I'm ready to proceed with that.
All right, but that videotape is not coming in unless and until somebody comes in and says, I shot that videotape, this is the date and time when I took it. Because the timing is critical here. But this is not the guy to argue with it about. Over it. Ms. Clark.
Yes, with respect to the photograph that counsel is going to show to the witness, until we establish a time frame for that picture, may I ask that we not be shown to the jury?
You just ruled on that.
No, I'm going to let him show that, but you can on cross-examination ask, is there any idea? And we'll tell the jury, I'm sure through your cross-examination, that we have no idea when that was taken. Could have been the next day, could have been 3 days later.
But if you can identify the officer, how does that help to time the picture?
You ruled on it.
Yeah. All right, let's have the jury, please. All right, hold on just a second. I was going to break at 3:15. Do you want to break now?
Yeah, because I have paper and regular recess at 3:15.
I mean, I'll stop now if you want to change court reporters. All right. Court reporter says she just wants to change paper. We'll take a break in about 15. We're going to take a half hour at 3:15. All right, record should reflect we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Cochran, you may proceed.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor. I'd like to show Officer Risky photograph, which we're going to mark, I guess, as defendants next in order, Your Honor. Is this D1011?
1011.
D1011.
Now, Officer Risky, do you recognize that as the crime scene there at Bundy?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize the uniform on that man who's walking in the crime scene area?
Looks like a LAPD uniform.
And do you recognize, or from that vantage point, are you able to recognize who that particular police officer is?
No.
Of the names that you gave me earlier, were they all male officers?
Yes.
And of that number, are there any who are particularly buff or who work out regularly?
Overall, no, not at this point.
Yes.
Tell us which ones who were in uniform out there that day who work out who were particularly involved. The males.
Officer McGowan, but he's black.
It's probably not him.
Are we accounting for body armor in this one as well?
Well, I can ask that question.
Officer Glorioso, he works out.
Glorioso?
Yes, sir. As far as I can recall, that's about it.
Would it be helpful to see the list again of the ones who were there?
I know who was there. I just
All right. You can't tell us the name of this particular officer?
No, sir.
From that vantage point?
no.
Now, the detectives were dressed in plain clothes, were they?
Yes.
In fact, on one of the photographs that you were asked to look at this morning, we have a photograph of Detective Furman. And did you see him and how he was able to access the area where he was looking for the mid cap, where he was pointing down towards it? You see him access that area?
Yes, I did.
Did he have any booties or anything on his shoes at the time he was walking in that area?
No, I didn't.
Were any of the officers wearing any booties on their shoes at all that morning?
No.
Were any of the officers at all using gloves that morning when they were out there?
Not that I recall, no.
Well, I'm looking for a photograph here. Describe for the court and jury, if you would, sir, the area where Mr. Goldman's body was found is a rather small area, is it not?
That's correct.
And in that area, there's some shrubbery,
Yes.
and it's kind of an area that's totally enclosed, is it not?
That's correct.
Can you give us the dimensions of that area where it was the body found?
I would estimate 6 by 6, 10 by 6. I'm not sure.
10 by 6? I'm advised that the photograph that I'm looking for, Your Honor, is number 55, which probably the switch should be cut on. Just before we do that, however, let me get back to this area where Mr. Goldman's body was found. What are the dimensions of that area?
I would guesstimate between 6 by 6 and 10 by 6.
And
I'm not sure.
If two men in the approximate area of 5'10", 175 are in that particular area, they pretty much cover that area. Is that a fair statement? They were standing upright in that area?
To cover it?
Yes, sir. It'd be pretty crowded in there, would it not?
Possibly, yes.
Did you step in that area at all?
No, I didn't.
You were on the other side of
On
the
the
fence,
outside
is
of
that
the
right?
fence.
All right, may we see People's 55 for identification? Cut the feed drum.
Yes.
If we may have a moment, we have some slight confusion as to which must be by and
place this exhibit, I'll have to get the number on the board. Madam Clerk, what number is this? Do you remember? 875 by the
54.
P54. I'll place it with you. So, with regard to P54 for identification, the area that you've described as 10 by 6 or smaller is the area where Mr. Goldman's body was found. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so it's bounded by a fence on at least two sides. Is that correct?
Right.
And is there a tree or something to the left of where the body's found there?
I believe he was leaning against a tree, yes.
All right. And do you remember how big that tree was or is?
No, I don't.
Now, with regard to this particular exhibit here, was any of this evidence moved while you were there? This
No.
envelope or any of these items?
No,
And while you were there, it was not moved as far as you know?
it was not moved.
It was not moved at all? All right. Let me see, P55.
You should pass the T for this stuff.
Yes, yes. Now, can you see it on your monitor?
Yes, sir.
Is that Detective Furman?
Yes, sir.
And the items that he's pointing toward, were they obscured from view under the plant material, plant foliage area that we see?
Partially, yes.
And thank you for making it clear. And he is in that photograph standing over in the dirt area. To his left is where Mr. Goldman's body was found.
That's correct.
And were you still at the scene when this photograph was taken?
Yes, I was.
Was this after you'd been up on the landing and it showed the detectives the various items that you'd seen earlier?
This is after they returned from Rockingham.
All right. You were still there?
Yes.
And so this would be about what time in the morning?
Whatever time they get back, I don't know.
All right.
6:45. I don't know.
All right, 6:45?
I really don't know.
All right. After they returned from Rockingham. Anyway.
Right.
And that's Detective Furman's shoe in that photograph?
That's correct.
Did you see the photographer take this picture?
Yes, I did.
And where was he standing when he took the picture of the photographer?
He was, I believe he was standing on the steps up to the landing. Either that or on the landing itself. I'm not quite sure.
Above where the body was.
Right.
He was somewhere behind this particular detective at the time he took this photograph. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to this photograph here, this is People's 875 South Bundy. People's 54, and I guess this is the second photograph, Your Honor, on the left in the middle. There is a shoe in this photograph also of some officer's shoe without being covered in and about the scene there. Whose shoe is that, do you know?
I have no idea.
Did you see this photograph being taken?
No, I didn't.
That's not your shoe, is it?
No, it isn't.
Have just a second more, Your Honor.
Sorry?
Fine. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
I think we're about to lose the equal there.
Yeah, it seems that way, Your Honor. I hope. Madam Clerk, the evidence found at Bundy, number of that one,
No, that has to be non-law.
can we, will be your next one.
You want to mark that as a People's next in order?
Yes, I think it's people's exhibit, Your Honor.
People 56.
People's 56? Well, this is People's 56, the evidence found at Bundy. I want you to take a look, if you will, at the envelope in these two different photographs, People's 54 and People's 56. First of all, I want you to look at what's been marked 104 on People's 56. See the envelope here?
Yes, sir.
You see where the grouting on the envelope is across the grouting?
Yes, sir.
Here at 104, you see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And I want you to look at, is it People's 54, I believe. See the grouting here?
Yes, sir.
The envelope's on the other side of the grouting?
Yes.
Can you explain how that envelope got moved?
No.
Can't?
No.
Also, it's one other photograph I need, Your Honor. Mike.
All right, let's take our recess then at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess at this point. Please remember my admonition to you, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, have any contact with any of the parties in the case, or allow anybody to talk to you. Don't perform any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Let me ask everybody to be seated and be quiet while we're waiting. All right, we're going to reconvene at 3:45, and let me just tell you one other thing before I let you go. As I mentioned to you, we were contemplating taking a field trip out to the scene, both at Bundy and at Rockingham, with a few side stops in between. I plan on doing that, as I mentioned to you, in the next week to 2 weeks, and when we do that, I'm going to encourage you to dress comfortably, since it'll be a rather long day. All right, you're the best dressed jury I've seen in a long time. So let's see what kind of casual clothes you have. All right, let's reconvene at 3:45. All right, and officer, you can step down. You order to come back half hour. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. The defendant's again present with his counsel. People are represented. The witness, Mr. Risky, is on the stand right now. The jury is not present. Mr. Cochran, you indicated you wanted to...
That's what I'm quick, so let me, we can do it after the end of the day. I'll have enough questions before it.
Okay.
So let's use the rest of our time.
Okay. Officer Risky, are you a P2? P2. Probably the longest day of your life. All right, let's have the jury, please. All right, we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Officer Robert Risky is still on the witness stand, still under oath. And Mr. Cochran, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you very kindly, young man. Approach again.
You may.
Just when we broke, Officer Risky, I asked you about the apparent movement of the envelope, and I now wanted to ask you, if I could, to look at Exhibit 56. And I want to show you on Exhibit 56 two photographs side by side, Your Honor. These aren't otherwise numbered, but if they were, should I make them A through whatever?
Yes.
G, and H.
All right.
Of Exhibit 56. I want you to step down if you can, blocking others, and I want you to look at the glove under this foliage here, this plant. Can you see it from there?
Yes, sir.
Rather laser pinpoint?
Yes, sir.
If you'll notice, the fingers of the glove are pointed toward a tennis shoe. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And do you notice that the V part of the glove is almost up against the walkway there? Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
I'm indicating that. I'm gonna make sure everybody can see that. Do you see?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Now I want you to now shift your attention over to this next exhibit where there's a 102 marked herein. Can you see where the V part of the glove is now pointing in another direction?
Yes, sir.
And that the fingers of the glove are now pointed in a different direction also?
Yes,
The glove
sir.
has been moved? You see that?
Yes, sir.
Were you there when this happened?
No, I wasn't.
Now, one of the things that you tried to do at this scene was to preserve it so that evidence was not moved. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
All right,
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Cochran.
yeah, I'd
I'm
like to
sorry.
show it to the other two.
I was about to suggest that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
I'd have some help. I have some, well, I have some help from these two lawyers. Appreciate it.
We're just working with one of these right now. I think we're just working with one of these right now. Well, let's let the jury down at the short end down here take a look.
And I have Officer Risky come.
You may.
Excuse me. Now, Officer Risky, first of all, with regard to the envelope, which we talked about first, with regard to the envelope, and this photograph here on that 56, people's 56 and identification. You see, Officer Risky, as I pointed out, you see the grouting there and the envelope?
Yes, sir, I do.
Location? The envelope is beyond the grouting?
Yes, sir.
See that? Now, Mr. Douglas, can you put that down just a second? I want to show him the other envelope, the other photograph.
Let's do it this way. I'll do it this way. This way. Excuse
Yeah.
me. I'm sorry. This way. This way. Okay.
Now, we now have exhibits 56 and 54. What we're trying to demonstrate. You see the grouting, Officer Risky, on this, where the grouting is there in the envelope? You see that?
Yes, sir.
And up here, you see where the grouting is in the envelope?
Yes, sir.
So you can see it's been moved in those two pictures, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, from 56 to 54. All right, let's move now, gentlemen, to 56, with regard to the glove, the location of the glove. For the record, Madam Reporter, we're referring now to People's 56 for identification. Now, Officer Risky, with regard to the glove here in what is now 56G, you see the V part of the glove there?
Yes, sir, I
Up
do.
against the walkway there?
Yes.
You see the fingers of the glove pointing toward the shoes there, tennis?
Yes.
And if you look to the right at 56H, see the V part of the glove is pointing in a different direction, and the fingers are pointing in a different direction?
Yes.
And in this photograph, 56G, (56H), is there also a cap somewhere under this foliage?
Yes, sir.
It's hidden by, pretty much by the foliage there.
It'll be right here.
Now, so that we're clear, what did I say wrong?
Vacancy.
Thank you. Thank you. You mentioned, thank you, Lisa. I believe that you told us earlier that you were present when Detective Furman returned from Rockingham. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Although you couldn't tell us the exact time that he got back, it was your belief that he'd been away and had gone to Rockingham for about an hour and that he returned somewhere perhaps after 6:30. Is that a fair
That's
statement?
correct.
And that the photograph of Furman with nothing on his shoes, but with his shoes in the area where Mr. Goldman's body was found, was taken after he returned back from Rockingham. Is that right?
Right.
And it's clear, is it not, and you recall, do you not, that the coroner, the LA County Coroner's Office, had not arrived at that scene by the time that you left at 7:15. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So when you left that morning, both of the bodies were still in their same relative positions. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
If you know, sir, had the coroner's office been called at all by the time that you left?
I have no idea.
You have no knowledge of all of that? All right, but you know the bodies were still there.
Yes.
So that the pictures which I've just shown you, where the evidence apparently has been moved, while you were there at least, did you see the photographer taking any of these pictures?
No, I didn't. I saw him take a picture of Furman. That's it.
All right, now the picture of Furman was in the same general area, was it not?
That's correct.
And so at this point, the photographer was no longer in the back. He was now up in the front part of the location, right?
That's correct.
Did he continue to shoot pictures after that?
I saw him take a picture of Mark Furman. That's the only one I saw besides the rear.
Did you continue to watch the photographer after that?
Yes.
And did you watch him until you left, or did you go and do something else?
I stayed in the front of the crime scene the whole time until I left.
All right. Now, when you were outside in the crime scene and outside in your car writing your report, you weren't watching the photographer at that point, were you?
I wrote my report in the rear.
In the rear of what?
The rear of in the alley.
In other words, the report that I read to you earlier?
That's correct.
You read that in the rear at 5:15?
I wrote that in the rear, yes.
All right. When you were back in the front, you weren't at all times watching the photographer, were you, as he took these pictures?
No.
In other words, he was doing his job, you were doing your job.
No, he wasn't taking photos. He didn't take these pictures when I was there.
Okay, he took these pictures later?
I would assume he didn't take them when I was there.
All right, well, you see the pictures now, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't see them taken when you were there.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Now, you described for us that at one point, sir, as part of your duties there, you searched in and around the alleyway from Dorothy, I think, to Bundy, to Gorham. You call that?
Yes.
And what were you searching for?
Anything, any other evidence we might find.
Were you searching for bloody clothes?
Bloody clothes, a bloody handprint on a trash can, maybe evidence in a trash can, additional blood drops.
Searching for knives?
Anything.
Your search, were you searching by yourself or in company with some other officer?
I was alone.
And who had directed you to do this search?
Nobody.
And as you searched, how long did you search, sir?
10 minutes, maybe.
And during the time that you searched, did you ever find any bloody clothes or a knife or anything of that nature at all?
No, I didn't.
Were any of the other officers who you previously told us who were at the scene that morning, were any of them searching, you recall?
I know they were knocking on doors, talking to neighbors, but if they were searching, I have no knowledge.
You don't know whether they were searching or not?
No.
All right, but you saw a number of officers fanning out in the area. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Now, when the four detectives left Bundy and went to Rockingham, they all go together?
I didn't see them leave. I don't know how they went.
All right, you knew at some point they had left, but you don't know how they
That's
left,
correct.
right? You know why all four of them went over there?
Pardon me?
You know why all four of them went over there?
No, I don't.
It's true, is it not, that once Van Adder and Lang were assigned to this case, Furman and Phillips were off the case, right?
Meaning?
As the
case.
detectives on the case.
They could be assisting detectives. They just weren't in charge.
Let me ask you this. Do you know that for a fact?
No.
All right. So, as an officer of some 4 years' experience, had you ever been at a scene where robbery homicide detectives came and took over?
That depends on what you mean. I've handled cases where the K car, which works for robbery homicide, comes out and takes a report.
Now, I'm talking about a situation where, because of the nature of the case, robbery homicide detectives are assigned to the case, and the detectives who are on the case are then taken off. We had that situation before?
No.
And when you talked to Detective Furman, when the two of you were talking, and you were advised that robbery homicide was taking over the case from Phillips and Furman, remember that conversation?
Yes.
Was Furman disappointed because he's being relieved by Van Atter and Lang?
He didn't tell me he was disappointed, no.
What did he tell you about that? Did he tell you they were just relieving him?
Yeah, they just said robbery homicide was on the way to take over.
All right. Now, if robbery homicide arrived then sometime after 4 o'clock to take over, do you know why it was then that all 4 of the detectives then went over to Rockingham?
No.
Okay. And if robbery homicide had taken over at 4, do you know why it was that Furman returned back to the address there at Bundy after 6:30 and was participating in taking pictures? Do you know why that
No, I
was? When Furman came back to Bundy, was he accompanied by his partner also, Detective Phillips?
Yes.
Was he there also when he came back?
He was in the street.
All right. And did you give him the phone back at that point?
Yes, I did.
By the way, with regard to your testimony here, have you watched television at all in connection with this case before today?
Well, you can't really help it. It's always on.
It's always on, isn't it? Were you told that you were not supposed to watch television?
No.
DH didn't tell you, the judge had ordered all witnesses not to watch television? They didn't tell you that?
Not that I recall, no.
So you've been watching this, and without them telling you that? And did you hear the testimony of Pablo Finvez with regard to the color of that Jeep?
No.
Did you see his testimony?
No, I didn't.
You still believe that Jeep is dark green?
I believe it was dark green.
You've never heard anybody when you're watching television say that, have you?
No.
But what part of this proceedings have you been watching on television?
Of this trial?
Yes, of this trial. Sir.
None of this trial. I saw the prelim.
And you've not been watching since that time?
No.
You just said it was always on television. What have you seen?
Just you turn on a channel, it's on. You change the channel.
Well, if you change the channel, you turn to another channel that has it on, don't you?
Yeah, but you just keep changing the channel.
Keep doing what?
You just keep changing the channel. There's more than one channel, sir.
No, I hope so. But when you turn from one channel to the other, what have you seen in connection with this case and this trial? Because you weren't aware of the court's order. That's the question.
I don't recall seeing anything on this case. On a trial. I saw the prelim.
None of the testimony?
No.
Now, when the 4 detectives went over to Rockingham, do you know whether or not the photographer went with them?
I don't know.
Did you see him during the time when you didn't see the 4 detectives?
I believe he was still at Bundy.
You think he's still at Bundy?
Yes, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the log at all?
Well, I didn't write the log again, so.
So would that refresh your recollection of that?
I didn't write the log. I don't know.
All right. Well, what did you see him doing if you believe he was there during the time they were away?
Standing by a car, talking to somebody else.
And it's your belief he did not go to Rockingham, right? Is that what you're telling us?
I believe he stayed. I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Well, I believe he stayed at Bundy.
Now, this blood that you described toward the rear gate, in the rear gate of that property, could you see that with the naked eye, or did you see that with the use of a flashlight?
Flashlight.
And did you and your partner both see it, or did you see it first?
I saw the blood on the interior. He saw the blood on the exterior.
And did you tell the detectives, Lang and Van Atter, about this?
I showed it to Furman and Phillips. I don't know if they told him or not.
You showed it to Furman and Phillips.
That's correct.
You did not show it to Lang and Van Atter?
No.
And you felt that was important evidence, did you not?
Yes.
With regard to any or either of these fences, did you ever have occasion to close either the front gate that we've previously seen or this rear gate?
No, I didn't.
So you don't know the sound that those gates might make when they're closed?
No.
You didn't test those at all?
No.
Now, may I ask you this, with regard to how that front gate is open. While you were there, did you or any of the officers conduct any kind of an experiment to see how that works?
No.
How you get in the front gate?
No.
You didn't do that?
Mm-mm.
While you were there, did the fingerprint dusters or the technicians who do that, did they come to the scene at all?
No.
And while you were there, you continued as best you could to try and preserve that crime scene without moving evidence, right?
That's correct.
Or stepping in blood. Is that right?
That's correct.
You did not return to that scene again in any official capacity after you left at 7:15 or 7:20 on the morning of June 13th, 1994. Is that correct?
Not while it was still a crime scene, no.
Were you aware that at some point that crime scene was hosed down? Do you know what time and what day that was done?
No.
You don't know?
No, I don't.
You don't know what date it was no longer designated a crime scene, do you?
No.
All right, Your Honor, perhaps this might be an appropriate place. I'm not finished.
If you want to approach, please.
Sure.
Reflect all the jurors that withdrawn from the courtroom. Mr. Cochran, what do you have to show us?
Your Honor, I've asked Mr. Harris to punch this in. It's not, he's doing it manually because it's difficult to bring up, but some exhibits that I'd like to show this particular officer, so can we demonstrate that? Sheriff? What that does is demonstrates the movement of the envelope graphically. Show the first thing you can, Mr. Searching. That's not the one.
That's fine. Don't do it.
Just keep on. Fill out gesture now. Laugh at that one. That one shows.
All right, I will.
What's the next frame after the? All right, is it possible to take out the still and search writing on that?
That's what comes up and you have to do it manually. I can do it while you're looking at it.
See, back up here and I want to.
When you print this, does it come up with the?
Maybe show us tests.
I'm sorry.
Part of the problem is that the defense is running off their Laserdisc. Their Laserdisc is not hooked up to this particular printer. They use a different system. So I cannot make a printed copy of this particular photo. It's the same system we just used. Can we use that? Yeah.
We use their disk number?
The problem is that I think. One way to find out is to try.
Could you back up one quick, please? I want to see the cat. Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do the one on the cat as well.
Is there a focus on this?
That's a print from the Alma. It is. Clear. Okay. See if I can get a photo from you. I'll attempt to print, but I do believe that it will show the search code on it because it's a direct video cache.
All right, is this a laser disc, the defense laser disc, Mr. Harris?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Bertlow, what does it show?
This particular copy shows the search, but we think we might have found a way to print it without the search code across it, which we shall see in a moment.
Well, we're trying to view this.
Yep. You need on this?
Well, I can't see. I'm giving you However, this print was printed without the search code across it, so it is a clear print.
All right.
Shall I see these?
No, I'll take your word for it.
Sure.
All right, let's proceed then. I take it, Mr. Cochran, you're going to show two different frames hopefully print outable without the search code showing apparent moving of the envelope and the glove, correct?
That's actually, we have those book.
Those 4 frames.
We have 4. Mine and me. I think we got 12 down. Yes, we do.
All right, Mr. Cochran, that's how you propose to proceed?
Your Honor, I only have one. I need a second one of the glove. Let me talk to Jonathan, man. Steve.
All right, Mr. Cochran, are you waiting to print out 4 of these?
Yes, I'm trying to put out, I have one that actually works.
Can we print this out? This can be printed out.
Cochran, are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, that I have, and I want to, like, show you, counsel show my copy. The last one.
Counsel, we've had the opportunity to look and see what it is the defense intends on producing. Any comment?
We still haven't seen the one they intend to produce on the record.
I thought we
There's currently 4.
There was one other one with the glove, and there was a glove that moved. I'm just trying to find that. I think that one I have.
That is its goal, 6369, 6386, and 064. That's it goes. There are 2 images.
This is the same thing that Mr. Cochran's been doing throughout this trial. This is another distortion. This is another deception. Because what he is trying to show this jury is that there was some nefarious, sinister agency at work here in moving the evidence. In fact, that is totally false. What you can tell if you look in the photographs where he claims evidence was moved is that there were photo number tags and the bodies had been removed. As Mr. Cochran has elicited in cross-examination himself, it is a very tight space. And when Mr. Goldman's body had to be moved, it is natural that some of the evidence around the body, which was closely located to the body, like the glove, which we can tell in the photographs where, as a matter of fact, can you pull that up, please? The photograph in which before Mr. Goldman's body has been moved, you can see that the toe of his boot is right near the glove. As you can see in this photograph, Your Honor, where the numbered tag appears, the boot is no longer there, and that's because the bodies have been removed. In the movement of the bodies, obviously, some evidence was disturbed, and that's why they take the photographs before and after. And Mr. Cochran is deliberately trying to mislead and confuse this jury and cause prejudice in the minds of this jury by not letting them know that what has actually transpired here is that the bodies were removed in between the time the first and the second photographs were taken.
Yes, sir.
As usual, counsel has it all wrong. I asked this officer, her officer, whether or not you take pains not to have evidence moved. And that's the question that I asked him. Now, I asked him, and they can explain that all they want. The evidence, he told me no evidence was to be moved or ever moved. I'm not responsible for this crime scene. They are, Your Honor. If we have evidence in which, in one photograph, Your Honor, the glove is pointing with the V up against the walkway, and the other, it's been turned and moved. The cap has also been moved. They haven't seen anything yet. And she's going to try to explain. She thinks she can explain everything away. By the end of this case, she will have offered so many explanations, I think she'll finally even be tired. And so that this doesn't work, Your Honor. She cannot explain everything, and everything is a misrepresentation. All I've done is shown a picture, Your Honor, of their crime scene. And that's, if they can't, first of all, they break the state law and calling the coroner out 10 hours later.
Wait.
Wait,
Mr. Cochran, that kind of apples and oranges is kind of a waste of my time,
I don't waste your time.
especially this late in the
All
day.
right, let me just say this.
But let me ask you a question. This particular witness is a P2 patrol officer who gets called to the scene. He's not the detective who's in charge of the crime scene. All this guy does is take a look-see, decide he's in over his head, and calls his supervisor. Secures the crime scene. Here he is. This is not the guy to explain how the photographs were taken or what's where. And he has already testified with regards to the people's exhibits that it appears to him these two items have already been moved.
That's correct.
So why do we need to go into this with this officer?
Primarily.
You've established that fact.
I did.
But for a P2 to testify to all of this stuff.
First of all, Your Honor knows she's a P2. This lawyer over here tried to make him seem like he was the most careful officer in the history of the LAPD, how he tipped around this scene. She went through it 15 times. So,
No,
Your Honor,
only 10 times.
well, 10 times, Your Honor. That's what it seemed. Well, I was off by 5. 10 times she went through it, made him like the greatest P2 ever. This jury doesn't know the difference between a P2 and or whatever, Your Honor. She created this aura because she always tries to do that, and now I'm going to show that
He
the
had
evidence was
nothing-
moved.
Here's the problem. This guy had nothing to do with taking these photographs, nothing to do with collecting the evidence, and nothing to do with the calling the coroner, nothing to do with setting up the photographs. He had nothing to do with anything.
Well, he did see the one photograph taken where Furman is in there. He said he was present when that was
He's
taken.
present for that one.
Right? He was present for that, and he said that the other things had been moved. And that's the point we're trying to make. I didn't make this evidence. If this evidence was moved, now she may try to justify it all weekend.
Well, Mr. Cochran, you've established that already with this witness using other exhibits. I think it's an undue use of the court's time with this witness.
Well, all right, I'll move on. That's another thing, Jim.
Okay. All right. Well, we've taken the entire balance of the court. It's amazing how these things sort of wrap up right about at 4:30. All right, I'm going to invite the jurors to rejoin us. I'm going to sustain a 352 objection to those 4 photographs as to this witness. All right, let's have the jurors. Yeah, let me see counsel without reporter, please. To reflect, we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a minor technical snafu. If you know what a snafu is, it means situation normal, all fouled up. At least that's the courtroom version of that acronym. And we were unable to produce certain documents from our magic machines here. It took us a little more time than I thought it would, so we've gotten to the end of the court day, and I'm going to take our recess at this time. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, don't let anybody talk to you about it, don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been finally submitted to you. One other scheduling note. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to be in session with the lawyers only for some scheduling matters. I'm going to be in session on another case tomorrow afternoon, so I will not see you tomorrow. And I'll be giving you notification as to our field trip shortly, so you'll have those details to make your clothing plans for that date. I'll give you plenty of notice. All right, have a pleasant evening, and I'll see you when I see you, and you'll know what that means later. All right, we're in recess. Oh, I'm sorry. Counsel, would you remain, please, because we need to put a few things on the record. All right.
Our future witnesses have been watching television. How prophetic. Now, it's very prophetic the way it turned out, wasn't it? However, Mr. Shapiro never did that. But here's what Marcia Clark had to say about that. That is false, and it is unfair, and is the kind of smear campaign tactics that we object to strenuously. That's what she said yesterday, till our witness gets on the stand and tells us he's watching television. We have refrained from that sort of thing. We would ask the court to order Mr. Shapiro not to make these false representations to the press for the purpose of engaging in further smear campaign tactics. The court, Mr. Shapiro, do you want to respond to that? Mr. Shapiro, he responded quite succinctly, Your Honor. Yes, total lie. And then he goes on to say it's an absolute total lie. He then invited Ms. Clark and the district attorney's office, since they want to make all these charges, to bring some videotape where he was saying that. So far, they've not done it. Mr. Shapiro has asked me to ask you to have them bring the videotape, if they have that, when they make these kind of charges. Did it on his behalf, Your Honor.
Mr. Garden?
You know, I can't imagine why Mr. Cochran is wasting the court's time and my time bringing this issue before the court. Whatever was said on the record at sidebar yesterday, Your Honor, is between the, that was Ms. Clark's understanding. Mr. Shapiro says it's not true. Let me referee this one for you, okay? We apologize, Bob.
We appreciate that.
Okay? We apologize. Okay? And as for Mr. Cochran, we don't need you to tell us how to do our job. We attach to every subpoena the court's directions, okay? So if it happened to fall off this officer somewhere along the way, we apologize to the court for that. But the court will recall that the officer said that he saw the preliminary hearing, and that was, what, 6 months ago? I don't think the order applied to or was in effect 6 months ago. But we will be careful to make sure that the witnesses are aware of the court's order.
All right. All right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
We'll stand in recess.
Let me put you on one question.
Sure.
Sorry.